when we get to it, we'll need them from the bits we get to the end, yeah, but not now.
Não foi pai um pneu? Não perdeu um pneu? Já o pai morto, não caralho.
Got off the street.
Tarde é que vai haver um acidente nesse barraco. É já de manhã. Quem está lá à frente, na altura, era aquele... Olha, está bem enganado. Não. Vai só uma garagem. Vem o capitão do material elétrico, traz uma caixa de trabalho, mete duas garrafas aí, ao pé de ti, na área, e manda duas cá abaixo a mim, e o resto mete aí ao pé do barril e sorteios, mete as outras duas aí escondidas. Não está com muita dentro da cidade, depois serve-se os arraios quando chegar, ou eu depois vou buscar aí duas e é cedo. Metes aí duas na tua arca. Eu depois vou buscar as outras. No dia 30, estava aí. Demoraram muito por ir embora. Já tinha que há 6 horas.
entrou e saiu. Daquele 5 anos de cima. Parece uma camisola do Sporting. Só que o Sporting ainda andava nos colhões do é? É o pai, a mãe, a irmã e o
Test one.
Será que ele ia para a loja?
Onde é que ele está? Onde é que ele está?
Olha, vamos ali. Vamos lá falar com o... olha, agora mandaram um vídeo.
Rapaz, vou ali dentro, mas eu... Estás aí.
está muito alto para aquele carro, os carros são muito pequeninos para isso. Devia ser mais pequenino. Tem sido. Conforme aí é que é.
Não tem problema.
Aqui é competição. Esta competição. Tá bom, embora, posso ir.
Bora, pá.
Eu gosto de jogar também.
Talvez. This is the most spectators I've ever seen. I think there must just be nothing else to do in the town. I'll just stay watching and going back and forth. I mean, the first 5 minutes of it is going to be pretty easy. And then once I start doing the recalling, I just need to know from you how many things you want basically to like follow the lead. stay on?
How long should it stay on super cold?
That's going out the screen.
Okay.
That's live. It's live mic. Okay?
So how long should we say with super cold?
We didn't say more than 5 laps anyway. That's the back part. Back, you say as long as you like.
told Sergio, I said, look, we got yesterday lunch for free. This is the second thing I bought now, and the other guys are getting hungry, so.
Right, so we're going to be on in about...
Might as well, Whitney. Well, hello and welcome to Portugal and RC Racing TV's live coverage of the 1/8 Track Championships here from Villarreal. It's a lovely sunny day. This is a bit of bonus coverage for you. This is the quarter-final B, which we are doing absolutely honestly as a bit of rehearsal for the camera and the direction. Quarter-final A, I'm afraid, will be on a static camera, but we'll be with you full-time for both parts of the both semi-final A and semi-final B, starting at 2 o'clock, and the main final, 45 minutes of it, starting at 3 o'clock. No, sorry, at 4 o'clock local time, and obviously an hour plus for all the of you in mainland Europe. Just waiting for the RC timing change, and we have now. I can give you the roundup for this race. On position 1, it's Romain Picard from France. Mark Green from the UK is in second. Walter Salami from Italy is in position 3. Rick V from Holland is in position 4. Nacho Lopez Luque from Spain is in 5. Stefan Bush is in 6th. And Massimo Fantini is in 7th. The bump-ups were Nicola Maron of Italy. These bumped up from 1/8 B. Martin Hoodie, who's bumped up twice already. This is his second bump up from Slovakia. And Tony Gruber, who's a junior from Germany. So this is the warm-up period. Just they warm up, get the cars up and ready. But there will be a 20-minute heat. And the absolute key point for all these guys is a top 3 position to bump up into the semi-finals. So all to play for. We've seen some interesting action this morning. Quite a few cars have broken down. We have very few races where we've had a large number of finishers, which is surprising. If you can hear background chat, that's because we are at this fantastic facility in Villarreal, which hopefully you've seen the item on RC Racing. And that show that we are actually in a fantastic position here with grandstands and on 2 sides, and the drives on the 3rd side. So we're a fantastic edifice, an edifice of autosport, an edifice of radio control sport. And the obviously 1/8 cars looking particularly good round here. Now, where we're at is that 14 drivers have qualified straight to the semi-final. There's no doubt, but then that is the result of yesterday's qualifying. Robert Peach was the fastest person we saw. Lamberto Calari with the pole for semi-final B. And moving on, so we now have 1 minute and 20 seconds before the race starts. I said a 20-minute race, all about being in the top 3. Interesting how far Martin Hoodie can get. He's bumped up twice quite easily with the X-Ray. But obviously we have some big names here. Mark Green obviously learned he wanted to be. Walter Salami and Rick V, both put guys in the top couple of heats, not qualifying brilliant. There wasn't enough room for all of them, of course, only 14 slots. In those semi-finals, so some had to be in quarter-finals. Mark Green only really had one good run early on, had problems ever since. So we're hoping the gremlins of yesterday are away from him and he can go back to the form he had on Thursday. So we are now down to about 40 seconds. These cars, warm-up very important. We saw from the whole protest situation we ended up with yesterday when we actually lost the whole round. We didn't lose it. We had a whole round of qualifying cancelled, had to be rerun at the end of the day, which was made us very late for dinner. And I say thank you very much to the very lovely people who gave us a dinner next to our hotel. This Portuguese guy, he didn't speak a word of English, we didn't speak a word of Portuguese, but we ended up with some very, very nice lamb indeed. And regular listeners to Midweek Motorsport and Radio Le Mans will know that I'm very partial to some decent lamb. So, this is a 20-minute final. Pit stops, I'm sure they're trying to do 4 minutes and try and get away with just 4 stops, but we'll be watching that as it goes. The cars are now, in a minute now, the cars are being warmed up and they will be going on to their starting points. Now we've seen some pretty impressive starts so far. Impressive by I mean that, well, either they've gone around really well or there's been a calamitous crash early on. We're looking at the back of the actual start goes round a corner. Pole man, of course, Picard, and they're counting down. 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3. All goes quiet, and they're away. So the first quarter-final, this is quarter-final B, then immediately Mark Green leaps out the lead, and big accident there in the corner. So he got taken up. It's Mark Green, I believe, who's out the lead in car 2, and indeed it's 2 from 4. They split that from 1, from 5, from 6. They go, Mark Green, they're making the most of the accident in the first corner for the pole sitter man there, Romain Picard, as they come through the complete lap. It is Green from Rick V, from Picard, who's coming in 3rd. Nacho Lopez Luke is in 5th. Hoodie, a good move there from Tony Gruber from 10th to 7th. Oh, bit of oversteer there, caught out. The light, they go now through the switch bay. This is battle for third we're watching at the moment. Come down, Green's away, second place man. Rick V in a white shell is also doing pretty well. And we're looking at the battle for third, fourth and fifth. And that is between cars 5, 1 and the green one. The green one, that's car 6 getting pushed out there. Car 6 of Stefan Busch getting elbowed out there. There's car 5. So now we have the third place man, Luches, is third. So it's Lopez Luque from Picard from Busch, and that's Lopez Luque, Picard behind him, and Busch. There's the 3 we have at the moment. First 2, Grenton away. Mark Green currently has a lead of something in the region of a second, and then these guys are significantly away from third. So Mark Green and Rick V have a big lead. Rick V's got about 3 seconds from the guy behind him. So back in the leaders now. It's Mark Green from Rick V. Mark goes through the switchblade down the bottom corner. He'll be going round the corner. Start, finish straight, away from the surface. And now through the in, through the out. You see the 4th position behind 2 corners back, and he'll put the power right down as he comes down the straight now. Moving well. This is the end of the corner. He's taking the wide, sort of traditional 8th line. Moving down. And he moves away. So he currently now, Mark Green is now currently 6 laps. You've got Rick V is also on 6 laps, and he is something like 1.2 seconds ahead. Nacho Lopez 2 seconds further behind that. Right in his tail, it is the battle of 3rd and 4th. With Rick V now in 2nd place. So Rick V now goes down the straight. 1, 2, equidistant apart as they base their way through to the race. There's the leader again with Green. He's got that, both doing very similar to 19.2 for Green there, 19.4 for Rick. Fast lap at 19.1. We're seeing 18s yesterday, but this is very early stage. We've not even got the first pit stop yet. So far, all the cars are going round really well. Martin Hoodie, unfortunately, is bringing up the rear at the moment, but even he is effectively on the same lap. So no lapping yet. There's first and second going through the corner there. 3rd place. That is the car of Nacho Lopez Lucci from Spain. Just behind him is Roman Picard. That's a gap there of about 0.6 of a second. Lucci, he takes the tight touring car line. Lopez behind, and then Picard behind him. The pole sitter pushed out really at the second corner. Their first time through the out. He lost a lot of time. But so they're moving forward now. We're now about 3 minutes in. So we're going to get quite close to some form of pit stoppage in the next minute or so, but this is about the 3rd and 4th, and don't forget 3rd is the key position. Top 3 qualified through. At the moment, Green and Rick V have those positions, and these are position 5 for 3rd, 4th and 5th. This is Luke, Picard and Busch in 3rd, 4th and 5th, and they go through and leaps into the pit stop there. So we're going to follow, there's Rick V as well, so a number of stops. Oh, it's slightly a slow one for Luce, and it's going to lose some positions as he goes through and comes out. So this is Luce here now. We're going to see where he picks up. Moving in the field. Luce will be hoping, obviously, but that seemed a slow stop, and certainly Rick V stopping earlier. Luce's stop did not seem pretty good. We'll see what the lap time is for Rick V in the next one round. In fact, he had taken the lead in that particular. So Mark Green had 25, Rick V had 25 for his pit stop, whereas Lopez Luce's pit stop time was, he says, waiting for it to come through on the and it's not come through. Lopez Luce's time was, he just dropped down, so 25 as well. So yeah, so they look worse, but they're all the same. So back as we were. It's Green from Rick V. Luce is in 3rd. It's Busch in 4th. Roman Picard in 5th. Marone in 6th. I think everyone's now cycled through their first pit stops. We're back now with the leader, Mark Green. And there's a battle going down there. This I think is Lopez Luce. It is just ahead of Stefan Busch. So Stefan Busch and Lopez Luce here are currently in 3rd and 4th, and this is really the battle, because it's the 3rd place that counts this event. You've got to get in the top 3 to qualify up, and that is what happens, is you then bump up to the semi. It doesn't really matter, you can be 1st, 2nd or 3rd, it's only worth about 2 metres on the track when you get to the start of the race. So Lopez Luce and Busch, the Frenchman is following the Spaniard as they come round. He's hunting him down now. Well delineated racing lines, as we said before, caused by the mixture of the fuel and, more importantly now, the tyre and the additive of the tyre, which obviously these back lines on anything. So that last lap round, it was a 19.75 for Lopez and a 19.7 flat for Busch. So he's made 500, an infinitesimal game. We are now 5 minutes down, 15 minutes to go in this, the first of the quarterfinals, quarterfinal B at the 1/8 European Track Championship by EFRA here in Portugal at Villarreal. So as they now go through the in and through the out, very similar styles as they run up the straight. The cars wander a bit because they are doing 80 miles an hour as they turn sharp left. We've seen a lot of cars claimed by a bit of AstroTurf, you saw that underneath this grandstand. And they're keeping on going. So going through the switchblade. Looking now much closer now. Bush looking to get it for a gap through, but of course in this, unlike qualifying, there's no reason for Lopez Luque to let Bush through as the guys battle nose to tail for this. The key point, third. Up front, it's still green for Jonk, from Rick V, and they are something in the region of 4 seconds clear of these guys for third. So they're easy away to qualification, but of course there's many pit stops to come, and of course any chance of mechanical failure in these cars. Very mechanical these. There's if you're an engineer, you'd love these things. There's very little carbon fibre, there's an awful lot of metal bits and oil, which everyone loves. So looks like there Lopez is managed to eke out a little bit more of a distance there from Bush. Bush looks closer, he certainly seems faster through that tighter field, so more open the track. That seems to suit Lopez Luque's setup, whereas Bush happier on the tight stuff. So he come around there, he's much closer at this point than he was at the end of the straight. I know there's a foreshortening caused by the speed, but now he's right up behind him. So a good lap there for Bush. Or half lap. He actually lost a bit in the time, but this time I think he'll find him much closer. He comes right up the inside, looking for a position, but obviously these guys don't, and he's coming for an early stop. So will he manage to get this? Rick V has Rick V had an accident there coming out of the pit, so that's caused Rick a problem. He's going to lose his lead. So this is now when it comes to stay with him. So Lopez Luque now is battling hard there for second and third. Now Vic V had a bad pit stop. When we see this stagger and wind in a couple of laps, he's going to be only just in front of Bush here. And indeed, Lopez Luque has gone there, and Bush and V are within half a second of each other. So, coming up the inside of Bush, that must be Romain Picard, who's coming hard for him. We're waiting for these pit stops to unwind to get them all back in position again. But this has been a poor stop for Rick V. It's dropped him way back. He's lost that 4 second cushion he had. And now they're moving through, and we're now looking at Picard, and we're also looking at the green car of Stefan Bush. So, what has happened there is that Lopez Luque has clipped into second, it looks like. He's now got a comfortable second place. I think he's probably stopping in the near future. But certainly I would say from this that Lopez Luque, he has a slightly longer pit stop. But no, with Mark Green is in first. Rick Verjonk is in second. And now the battle between Bush and Picard. It's Bush. This is 2, 3, 4 going down the straight. It is Rick V from Bush and Picard in the back. So Rick V, what happened was when he came out of the pit stops, he got a bit of a slide on, ended up nosing straight to the barrier and lost a couple of extra seconds in the pit lane and blew his 4 second lead. So Rick V of the Netherlands, he's taken out Stefan Bush, his second and third, and we just dropped there. Picard's had a really bad lap. I'll see what happens. I'm not sure whether he's pitted. I don't think he has. But he's dropped way off. So these cars now pitting in all sorts of areas. This is second and third. And they are pretty close here. Bush and Picard doing the 10th of each other. And this has put Lopez Luque back in there. Just a bad lap for Picard there, dropped 2 seconds. So he's dropped himself out. So this is second and third. These guys, as they are, currently both going to qualify for that, the first semi-final, which we'll be seeing in about an hour's time. We are now 10 minutes, just 9 minutes gone, 10 minutes, sorry, 9 minutes gone, 11 minutes ago, as these guys go through, still with Bush. Rick V, they've got to get through some back markers, and that back marker is the car number 10. That is the 10 car of Tony Green. I'm afraid that all fans of X-Ray, we've lost Martin Hoodie. He was trailing at the back, and 2 bump ups was enough, and the cars cried, no more. I'm not going to run 3 finals in 2 hours. So it is Mark Green from Rick V, from Stefan Bush, from Nacho Lopez Luque, and Nicola Ramon in 5th. It looks like Romain Picard's hit some problems. He's dropping back bad. So Romain Picard is out of the running of this one. He's running 2 seconds. They obviously hit some technical issues in those last few seconds. We saw him dropping off a few laps ago. So it's Green from Rick V. And we are now reaching halfway. The white car is about to be lapped. The second white car is Rick V in second, and the third car is Stefan Bush. And we are now halfway through this quarter-final B. And the gap between third and fourth, and that's Bush and Luque, and that all happened in the last pit stop, is now out to 3 seconds. So it looks like they are okay at the moment. 1, 2, 3. And this is second and third. Bush looking to get past Rick V, make it safer. We come through the switchblade and down the bottom corner. Back through start, finish. And then they both go for stops at the same time. So this is interesting. Rick V pitting slightly behind where Bush is. Oh, and we're doing tyre changes. So tyre changes at 10 minutes. That means we're going to see a great number of tyre changes in the main final. Both these guys, they're getting 10 minutes. These will be treated tyres, and Rick V much quicker than the tyre change, and away he goes. But I'm interested that we're getting tyre changes. I thought we'd only see one set of tyre changes in the main final, which is 45 minutes, but it looks like if they're changing at 10, that means they can't last 20. So possibly, therefore, they haven't got 20 minutes of tyres, which may mean they have got 15. So we may see 2-stop strategies on tyres for the main final. That would be, I'm sure, what they're aiming for. They won't want to stop 4 times for tyres. Rick V now in splendid isolation, but he's in splendid isolation way down in 6th because, of course, the pit stops. And now we're back, I think, with Mark Green. And there's Rick V again moving through to wait for this set of stops to unwind. This will take longer because not everyone will change tyres at the same time. Those two guys, both Rick V and Stefan Bush, decided the time to do it was exactly halfway. Rick now on his new tyres. What have they done for him? 19.2s. Yeah, he's right back up to his best of the race. This is because obviously these tyres have also got tyre treatment on them. So the tyre treatment runs for a few minutes, then wears off effectively, and you go back on the ordinary foam again. We're taking new tyres and they're treated up. So that's something they're going to have to bear in mind when they look at their strategy rolling out for tyres in the race. Do you change 3 times? Do you change twice? And get the benefit of those fresh tyres, which obviously work a bit better. So second and third now is relatively close. I'm not sure what it is about second and third. And that's car 5 and car 8. So that is the second and third battle, and that is Lopez Luce and Nicola Marone. Now both these haven't changed tyres, which has given them a big lead over Rick V. Well, a small lead actually, Rick V, who's catching up fast. So it is Lopez Luce and Nicola Marone down the straight. This is the battle of second and third, but Rick V recovering fast. So as these guys move through the switchblade and back to the bottom corner, they'll go past start finish. Now, where are they on the pit? Really, really close. It looks like Marone, the Italian, really getting a bit racy behind the Spaniard. He wants to get through because he knows that Rick V is coming. And this second and third isn't really second and third. It's Rick V in the background there. This is second, third and fourth. Fresh tyres for Rick V, giving him something in the region of 3/10 over these guys. But I think that Marone is being held up by Lopez Luce, who's not looked particularly quick since that first run and has dropped off, but not enough to capitalise. So perhaps he's going for the long game and the tyre changing strategy and not changing tyres, and that may mean he'll save himself a lot of time in the pits. But that time's been saved now. Rick's changed his tyres, so they are in an even strategy, and we are now 13 minutes down, 6 minutes to go. So second, third, fourth, and it is Lopez Luce from Marone from Rick V. Mark Green happily out in front by something like 6 seconds at the moment, so we're not watching him. So here's second, third and fourth. One of these is not, well, at least one of these is not going to make the semi-final. Rick V has most at the back of this fight now in second, third and fourth. So it is, as I said, Lopez Luce, Marone and Rick V. This is second, third and fourth. Then looks like Marone's got the inside run and got a beautiful run there. Bit too wide by Lopez Luce, and Marone snatched his chance. Now he should be able to pull away. He's looked quicker. But it's always difficult because if you're nibbling back there, Lopez Luce, Rick V, and he's got, oh, you see, Lopez Luce not giving this position up in the final as Rick V goes for another fuel stop. Now, this is interesting because these two are now very close, and it looks like, yeah, Marone must have been sizing that one up because you see on that out corner, the bottom corner, the in and the out, the wider hairpin, around the rest of the track, it's all very even. And Lopez is not letting Marone go, but at that bottom corner, that's where, there's not here coming here, there's the in and the out. This out corner is certainly where we see Marone go close, Lopez go wide, and he managed to get enough of his nose inside for a totally clean pass a few laps back. So he is now running in second, Lopez in third, Rick V in fourth, but he has stopped. Now these guys will have to be pitting for fuel soon. Rick V seems to have a car that's permanently in the pits, and it look like they're going for one stop less as well. So Rick V is fighting against a slightly more thirsty schedule as a second and third, and then Lopez is now being dropped as we look at coming up to a car that's about to be lapped. That's the car 3. That's car 3 of Walter Salimi, who was in the top heat and really hasn't been figured in this race so far. Walter down in 7 at the moment. And we're looking at Walter. No, he's focusing on the wrong car. That's the lapped car. That's the car you should focus on. So now we pick up, this is a lapping situation Oh, he's cut. He's cut. And that's Lopez Luce cutting with a problem there on the corner. And that is the end. He was second place. He was second place all the way. And that is the end of Lopez Luce's chances, who now pick up again with Walter Salimi, who will now climb up to 6th, but that's not where we want to be. Lopez Luce brought in. And now looking there, we're back with Mark Green, who's leading. And so Mark, who's had a really in that car too, after very troubled yesterday, is now moving on. He has just 3 minutes, 50 seconds to go, and he will take this this quarter-final B and become the overall winner. So it's green. Rick V now, thanks to the problems of Lopez Luce, has pulled up. And Roman Picard's gone as well, so we've lost a couple of the faster drivers aren't around. In fact, I think Lopez might have got going again, because he's just got a very slow lap of 45 seconds. So perhaps it was the case he just ran out of fuel. And he did seem to be going very long there. So Lopez Luce, I think, is running again, but that fuel stop has cost him exactly a lap. So it's Mark Green from Rick Verdron, from Nicola Marone, from Stefan Bush. So the battle really, as we look around, is between Bush and Marone for 3rd and 4th, and that is something in the region of 3 or 4 seconds at the moment. So as we're now looking at the cars of the 7, 8, and ahead of that field, it is again the recovering car of, so it's Nicola Marone in car 8, who's currently in 3rd. And there's Rick V in the car behind him. So, moving now down to a bit more other pits. Oh my God, Rick V likes those pits. Is that Rick V, or is that one of the other white cars? We follow him through behind that battle there. Lopez, did you got another problem going slowly there? So this white car here, coming down the straight. That's car 4. That's car 4 of Rick V in the second place there. We thought it was a man who loves the pits, but it's paying off this strategy. It's a long strategy. It's letting something like 8 seconds behind Mark Green, but he's stopped and changed, and he's got through the second place with the key point. The key point is to qualify, and that is what he's doing quite easily. In 3rd place, but he's actually dropped down to 3rd now. Nicola Marone is slightly ahead of him. The guy ahead of him is ahead of him on the track. That's a pit stop strategy. So 2nd and 3rd, and in goes Marone for his pit stop. So he now drops back to his original position. So we need to see whether he comes out. Bush still going round. I don't think he'll be able to get past Marone at this point. He's obviously taking his stop. Waiting for the Rick V still turning around in 2nd. We have just 1 minute 42 to go. Mark Green leading by 8 seconds. In 2nd place, it is Rick V by about 5 seconds, and then we have Bush and Marone relatively close. Relatively close between 3rd and 4th. So it's car 6 and car 8. It's 3rd and 4th. And that's what we're going to try and pick up here in the camera in a second, because that is the battle that really counts. They're not probably in the ability to come through. And there is Marone, and I can't see Bush behind. The green car is just about off the camera. There he is. I think he's fueled up as well. So I think it's with a minute to go. It looks like the 1, 2, 3 may be fixed. Let's have a look. Running through there. There is the car 6 and car 8. The green car 6 of Stefan Bush and Nicola Marone. They are that close. So it's 6 and 8, that's the only battle on the track at the moment, and they're not too close with 49 seconds to go. It's Mark Green from Rick V, Stefan Bush, who has about a second from Nicola Marone, and that is the key point, because 3rd and 4th is the qualifying. Certainly an imperious performance from Mark Green in this quarter-final B. He took the lead after the first corner, and he's just stroked it out. I mean, I think he's not really showed any much more pace. His fast lap no faster than Rick's, but Rick obviously has a tyre stop. He's also done quite a lot of pitting, and that's left him something in the region as he crosses the line for the 58th time of 11 seconds behind. And this is now the end of the race. They're now on the last lap. So it is the last lap as they finish now. And it is going to be Mark Green in the green car there. Mark Green, fluorescent green, coming across the line to take the checkered flag. Well, finishing for the quarterfinal B. Fantastic performance by Mark. He's gone straight through. He'll be joined by Rick V and Stefan Bush and takes a well-earned pit stop. Fantastically done heat. So we hope you enjoyed that. That was our practice the camera. Well done to the boys. That was Nathan and Frank. And we'll be back in about 40 minutes time for the first semi-final. So we're back with more moving camera in 40 minutes time for the first of the semi-finals. See you then. don't know is pick up the next car through. Frank, listen. And what Frank will do, he'll know you've done that, and he'll find you something to go really quickly. Testing, testing. Well, hello and welcome back to Portugal. And we are now getting ready, and the noise you can hear in the background is the engines of the cars warming up as they get ready for the first of two semi-finals. And we start, I'm not sure whether it's logically or illogically, with semi-final B. And then we'll have immediately afterwards semi-final A. These races last for 20 minutes. And the key thing is to be in the top four. Top four go through to the final by right, and then it's the two fastest losers. So, in this heat, we have on pole Lamberto Collari, the 9-time world champion from Italy. On second, it's Simon Kurzberg from Switzerland. Third, Albert Pico from Italy. Fourth, Andrea Pirani from Italy. Fifth, Francesco Troni from Italy. Then Silvio Hascher from Switzerland. Misha Ramangoli from Italy. Mark Green from Britain. Rick Verjonk in 9th from Netherlands, and Stefan Busch from France. So Busch, Verjonk and Green all bumped up in the race we showed earlier. And they're now moving out on their warm-up lap. So they'll be warming up the cars, they'll be warming up the engines, they'll be warming up themselves, getting their eye in, because 7 of these drivers haven't been on the circuit since yesterday evening. So it's their first chance to get their eye in. Interesting thing, is it an advantage you've already done a race? I'm not sure. The cars are obviously more tired, but you obviously basically feel better. That's not a very good start. We have an accident in warm-up. So they run the tyres through. Now, we saw pit stops in the last heat. We watched the quarters. So with 20 minutes, we're expecting to see most people change tyres. We're expecting between probably 4 and 5 fuel stops. We're expecting a lot of action because we had it in the last one. And certainly so far Villarreal's brought down today's temperature. It's a cloud. There's actually some cloud in the sky today. The previous days we've been here, it's been nothing but sun. It's fantastic facility here in Villarreal. 2 minutes before the race starts. We've seen some great driving from Collari and Pitch. We've seen some controversy when they managed to get the third round scrubbed, had to do it again, so we all stayed later. But now we're seeing some very nice fluffy white crowds. It's taken a little bit of the heat off, which is quite nice for me sitting here in the open air. We are commentating in the open air, right by one of the 2 grandstands. This track has 2 grandstands, 2 permanent concrete bleachers, edifices right behind the local football stadium at Villarreal. And it's quite nice last night because they were cutting the grass, and you had that one lovely smell of fresh mown grass. We're also right next to the bar, so there's a constantly of people buying beer. But I promise you I won't be doing that because I find it hard enough to make sense even when I've not been drinking. So as we now wind down the last minute before the race starts, so they'll go off, they'll come in. And battling early there, I'm not quite sure where that is. Some strange moves, we're just looking at the track to see what's going on. Collari's car won and he'll be away in the lead. I expect he complained actually yesterday after qualifying that he liked the previous rule. In the previous rule, the top 4 went straight into the A final, but that's not a rule anymore in EFRA events. You all have to do a semi-final. And now the cars are all picked up. They'll be refilled. Half minute to go till the race gets underway. The cars will in the mechanics' hands. They'll be brimming them up. The last of the stragglers comes in. They seem to miss his pit stop. I don't think the mechanics are actually allowed over that invisible barrier. They have to be picked up by one of those. He's got off another lap. So because he didn't actually get himself into the pit lane, the green car. We'll see in a minute. He'll come into shot camera right. He'll take the shortcut and actually go into the pits. He missed the call to come in. Oh, he's doing a whole lap. That's naughty. He should have done the short. Oh, they're all doing a lap now. Oh, it's all, let's be fair. So everyone's doing a lap who wants to do a lap. They're doing more laps. This is interesting. We have a delay. Now this is going to cause consternation because some people are doing extra laps, which really shouldn't be happening. And I think therefore there's almost bound to be, I guarantee there'll be a protest now because people are doing extra laps. So anyway, so it is Kalari from Kurzberg, from Pico, from Pirani, from Tironi, from Hasha, from Ramangoli, from Green, from Rick V, from Stefan Bush. That will be the order they go off, as they're now looking at a bit of fuel going in. I'm sure they'll do some tyre changes. We are now delayed, as we should have started by now, but they are obviously being lenient with some of the guys and what they want to do. So again, we're sitting in a kind of a confusion area. As the mechanics and drivers walk past me, and walk past the bar as well. Another person out for an extra lap. This is there now seems to be a kind of an extended period of warm-up. I'm sure that after the multiple protests of yesterday, the organisers are very wary of not doing exactly what's written on the tin, the rules. So we have more warm-up laps. More cars with the question. It's a very tense time for mechanics and the drivers, and also really the officials as well, because they don't want to end up having to rerun a semi-final, because that will cause no end of issues with timetables and what people are actually doing. So everyone's now getting some more warm-up time. All looking reasonably happy. Most of the guys running around, doing an odd lap here and there. So we're currently looking at the car, the yellow car, and the white car, and that is the car of Kalari you're seeing there. That's Lamberto doing extra warm-up laps. He won the person's. So now it looks like they finally had enough warm-up. They're all warm enough, and they're all going to start going into the pits, and they're going to enjoy themselves. So fade out. No more pit. This is, I've not seen this before. I'm not quite sure why we're getting this ridiculously extended period of warm-up. We're now 3 minutes over where the warm-up should have finished, and we're still warming up. So, not the greatest performance ever by those concerned, as we whip down and find another person who's doing extra warm-up laps they shouldn't be doing. Car 2, that is. So that's Simon Kurzberg who's doing this. Simon is the Swiss driver. 4th overall, so in the old-fashioned rules, he'd been straight to the A-final, but he has to run the semi-final B. Apparently he's decided to run most of the semi-final B before it starts. At some point, someone's going to have to say, boys, could you actually please get in and stop? Because we are now 4 minutes over where we should be. I don't even know what's going on here. This is an open practice session. So, someone needs to get a grip at this. And they now just carry on going round and round and round and round. I do promise you that any minute now in this practice of race will break out. It's kind of interesting because it appears to be 2 or 3 cars are going out, and then there's almost a bit of a blank, and then 2 or 3 more cars go out. There's always a bit of a blank, and then 2 or 3 more cars go out, and there's a bit of a blank. But at no point do we actually really seem to be seeing much cohesion, really. So, we've got the driver's stand. The orange top I know is Mark Green. The rest I can't recognise from this distance. Being joined by an attractive lady, which is always nice. They haven't started yet, I'm afraid. So, waiting to see when this warm-up period that is now 6 minutes overdue will finish. We haven't got a link to the PA to know what the organisers are saying. And it does appear to be that it's just looking like there's just people going round and round and running. There doesn't appear to be any sort of semblance of what's actually happening as far as the race is concerned. So it looks like there appears to be some consternation. I think the consternation, and the people are taking advantage of the consternation just to run some extra practice laps. And now looks like they're all going to stop. And there is definitely an issue. No idea what the issue is, but there's definitely an issue. Did you hear that was Frank? You said then?
Sorry?
Did you hear what that announcement was? Was an announcement about something?
20 minutes.
All right, they're actually going to try and start again 7 minutes later, are they? So, having absolutely no idea why we've had a very long delay. I now have absolutely no idea why we're about to start. I assume it's down to a procedural issue with getting the cars warm enough, ready to go. This is what caused the postponement and rerunning of round 3 yesterday.
1 minute.
We're now 1 minute to the start. Cars do more laps. I even see most of the cars aren't even out being held. So Frankie Knowns, who's running the event, he's trying to say 1 minute to start. So a scheduled delay here, caused by, well, we don't know what. We'll find out before we go off air. But that's the excitement. It'll build up here in semi-final B. Here live in Villarreal from Portugal. You're watching the EFRA live stream feed provided by rcracing.tv. Whenever you want, you can go to www.rcracing.tv and see our entire back catalogue of all sorts of, every single class, I think, of radio control we have now. To give you an example, last week we were doing touring car and 12th in the world. And then after that, before that, we were doing large-scale touring cars for off-road. So we've done this in the European Tour. Next week, there'll be live streaming from Thursday, and that'll be from Austria, and that'll be the 1/8 Buggy Euros. So we'll have that, again, 3 days of streaming of the Buggy Euros. And that'll be me and Frank and Matt. So we'll have a slightly different team again. And that'll be, I think, a really interesting event. We're already at the same place for the off-road electric event. They've also got the off-road nitro event, but on a much bigger version of their circuit. So it now looks like we're getting slightly nearer because the people are actually holding cars up with engines running. So thank you for joining us here on EFRA and www.rcracing.tv. And we hope that when the race gets underway, it's going to be worth this extended 11-minute delay. Or 8 minutes. Oh, I'm counting for it. It's 8-minute delay. And now this does look like people, no, they're going to do more laps. Can we stop doing laps, please? Just get ready and going.
Keep saying 2 minutes before the start.
There's a bit of a kind of a row about how long people start. Cars do slow laps. I can see that this race will get protested. I'm hoping it won't, but as I say, there's a warm-up is very important. People are kind of sort of warming up, sort of confused. There's an official walking back, I can see. They do more. These guys did about 400 warm-up laps. Can't get warmer than this, they're going to explode. So we're still just waiting for the confusion here, but it's nice to see that scale racing can have the same level of confusion as we do here in the full size. So it's always very rewarding to see people equally confused. I mean, a number of times I've been confused by what goes on at large scale, full size racing, and now I'm quite confused. You know, Frankie now is trying to get the cars in. They're all trying to get their tyres and engines warm as possible. I'm hopeful now what will happen is they'll all pull in at the end of this lap and we'll go for a start. And what will happen is the mechanics pick up the car, they'll walk out from the pit lane to the starting boxes, they'll put the car down, and then 10 seconds later and 10 minutes late we should be off. But that's just what we kind of hope, isn't it, really? It might be one of those things called a vain hope, I don't know. And here we go. Oh, yes, most cars are going in. And so 10 minutes late, I think we're going away. And here goes the car being brought out to the stalls. As you'll see that at the start, it goes right round this corner, looping in front of the driver's rostrum where the pits is. Hopefully we'll get away clean. You see the man there with car number 10, and car number 10 of Stefan Busch is a long way back. That was Rick V's car. So you look in front, that's the 9, in fact, of Mark Green in front of us. one of the cars is not running. Oh, it is. He's just getting really, really late fueling up there for the poles. That's not Kalari. It was a bit further down. No, was Kalari to his body shell? Or was he not there? Oh, he comes sprinting through the straight now and up the run, and here he comes. Yeah, Kalari's not made the start. Well, he made a problem from the start. Kalari has immediately dropped down to 1, 2, 3, about 7th place. I don't know what happened there. He wasn't in his position for the start. He's in 9th place, so it's Kalari in 9th, but out and leading away. It's Simon Kisbert in car 2, from Albert Pico, Francesco Tironi in 3, Andrea Pirani in 4, and Ramagoli in 5. As they spin round, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're looking at 2nd and 3rd, and that's a battle between Pico and Tironi. It's the top 4 that counts. Now, it's obviously Kalari, who started something in the region of 3 seconds behind everyone else, has to make that up. And whether that was a result of that ridiculously long period of warming up, I've no idea. But here's the battle for 2nd and 3rd. And there's 1st, 2nd and 3rd now. 1, 2 and 3 all together. That's Kurzberg, Tironi and Pico. Cycling down through the switchblade, through the round, now in front of the loop in front of the drivers, back through the pit straight. 2nd and 3rd, just ahead of him is the 1st. So it is Kurzberg from Tironi from Pico. Kurzberg with the Shepherd. Pico with the Serpent. And now it's becoming a 5-way battle as they're joined by Pico and Ramangoli. So the 5 cars are going together. 2nd and 3rd very close here. Oh, up there's a beautiful move there by Pico to take Kurzberg. As they move up now to the straight, he can now hunt down after. But it's Tironi's got the lead. So Tironi got through at some point, missed that. He got 5 from 3 from 7 as they snake down through the switchblade. So you've got the leader now who comes around and then second, that's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, all on the same line. And currently it's Tironi from Pico, from Ramangoli, from Kurzberg, Pirani, Green in 6th, Kalari in 7th, making no major impression, but in that train of cars. Drop the big fight, the 4 or 5 there. And lots of overtaking that big fight there. It's okay. So there we go, it's 5 from 3, from 7, from 4. And we can see now it's the yellow car who's leapt through into a pretty impressive position there as he goes through the in, through the out. He's in 4th place, and it's the yellow car of car number, he says, holy yes, car 4. So that is Andrea Pirani there. We're looking at the moment. And just ahead of him is Ramangoli. Just behind him is Kurzberg. And Kalari has dealt with Mark Green. And Green's got back a couple of her bad lap there, got back to 8th. So they are now moving forward. We are now 2.5 minutes down, and leading the race, it is still Francesco Tironi. In 2nd, it's Pico. 3rd, Ramangoli. 4th, Pirani. 5th is Kurzberg. He's dropped back a lot from his good start. And Kalari currently in 6th. Top 4 through by right, 2 fastest losers. And we're looking now at the battle between cars. This is Kalari now, 1 and 2. It's Kurzberg and Kalari as they go through the infield. Bit too much curve there from Kalari. Takes the tight line again through the inner curve. Goes back through start finish. He's got to try and get through Kurzberg and the next driver. Goes through the in. Sweeps now through the out. And we are about 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So they'll be stopping for fuel quite soon. Kurzberg, there's Kalari, 5th and 6th. Take that very tight line. He's got, brilliant move there getting Kurzberg. And that crowd loved that one. And Kalari takes him just by, now once where Kurzberg let him go because Kalari is now in for fuel. So Kalari pits, one of the first to do so. And he's out as well, and it's a bit of a crawl away. Not looking the oiled machine you'd expect as Kalari continues going. Comes down the straight. Sweeps around. But you see what happens when the pit stops run out. Take that tight line, moving again. Through the switchblade and back through start finish. So Kalari, he now has to wait for the others to stop to see where he'll come out in the situation. Now moving out from the pits, it's the yellow and blue car. We've got a broken car on the straight. There's a broken car on the straight. Car 2, is that car 2? The crowd goes wild trying to help. The car 2, Kurzberg is out and pulled back from there. So they're on the straight now. Sweeping round, we're back with car number 5. Car number 5. So now we are back with the car there and then looking down the bottom straight, going through the out. And the next car up the line, this is the car of car 5, which is currently the leader. It's Francesco Tironi. Tironi's leading. This is his car with Albert Pico, who's behind him, and he's got a lead of something in the region of 2 seconds. There he goes. Pico's leading from Tironi. So it's ready from Pico. Ramangoli's third, Pirani's fourth. The Italians 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Calari is in fifth. That might be good enough. It will depend on Campbell at final, but he won't want to start from the back in the heat. As we continue now with Tironi. Tironi, car 5, looking good at the moment in the lead. He has a 19.4s of what we're seeing. It's not pretty quick lap time. In fact, the best time is in 19.3 so far. And we have lost Simon Kurzberg. Stefan Busch is trailing as well, the rest of the field. But it's quite even apart from that. And we have Rick V in 6th, Green in 7th, and Hatcher in 8th. Calari now looking to kind of move up on this field here as we carry on with now looking at the car 3.
That's a battle.
So now we have the battle of 3rd, 4th and 5th, and that is Ramangoli, Pirani and Calari as they move round and through. Ramangoli is Calari, so it's an all-Italian inter-Nissan battle. The 9-time world champion, current European champion, is behind them, and he is, again, that tight line coming to that end corner seems to be paying him some dividends. He comes out through the inner corner and now past start finish. And moving forward now. Through the in, throughout, he now is looking very much for a way past Ramangoli. So he moves up now. Battle moving, okay, we just lost it slightly there on that, but he gains it back again through there. So he certainly, that wasn't the best move there on the fast sweeper off the main straight, but now he's harrying and pushing Pirani, who's in 4th. It's Ramangoli has moved to 3rd. So Pirani ahead of him. Ramangoli, and he just got in there. Great movement by Calari. But Calari moves now through into the automatic qualification place into 4th, and now he's going to start hunting down Ramangoli. Calari, the legend. Oh, look, and he's got a very, very good front end on that car. He can get the car in when he wants to, really, really tightly around these corners, and he's much more a hugger, but the others are usually a much more drifty line, which is more, I suppose, just what you've seen from 8th cars. Again, coming very, very tight there. You're seeing Apex in a completely different place. So, interesting, Ramangoli and Calari driving very, very different styles. And we are now 7 minutes in as Calari goes for his second pit stop. And behind him, let's see how it's back to back, because behind him went in Pirani, and they both left at the same time as well. Pirani, a little stutter getting away. Calari. Jesus. Here we go. And we're now back with the white car. And this is the white car of car number 9, and that is Rick V, currently running in 7th place, and he's got Mark Green behind us. It's 7th and 8th are neck and neck, and these guys both qualified up from the quarters. In fact, they were about 11 seconds apart, but Rick V's got a much better start at the moment. So we're back at the grid. This is the battle going on now, and of course 7th and 8th, and they have to get themselves at least 6th, because it's 2 fastest losers get the final, but obviously they want to get themselves in the top 4. Moving now back, I think, to the front of the field with the yellow and green car. Car number 2 of Simon Kurzberg has come back into the field.
They went to the pits.
And now with Kurzberg has recovered from the pits. So he's really going nowhere. He's right towards the back. And we move forward now to one of the other cars moving forward. Looking where we are. So it's Tironi who's leading. He is about a second and a half ahead of Pico. Calari's in 3rd, 3 seconds further back. Pirani then 2 seconds behind that. And Misha Ramangoli, he is currently in 4th. So actually, no, what's happening is Ramangoli's up to 5th. So it's Tironi from Pico, from Calari, from Pirani, from Ramangoli. Rick V, he's currently moved to 6th. Silvio Hascher is in 7th. Mark Green 8th. Stefan Busch and Simon Kurzberg are still running, but they're a long, long way behind. So with the number 3 car, and that is the second place Albert Pico. So Pico, who is just a little bit ahead of Calari and a little bit behind Tironi in splendid isolation as they move through. He's currently about a second or 7/10 of a second. In fact, that is the leader. So that's the leader and second. It's not 3rd behind, so 1 and 2. That is Tironi and Pico. They move through the field now. They're ever closer, and now the gap is now something in the region of 0.6 of a second. So moving forward now, it's Tironi and Pico. And we are now 10 minutes through. And we're going into this is the point now where we saw some of the drivers in the previous quarterfinal. They changed their tyres. So looking at a tyre change. And we're now looking at the car 7, car 8, and car 9. And there's 4 or 5 cars. There's another pit stop. And we're just looking out there to see visually whether they tyre change. No, it's just fuel at the moment still. And we're now back with Mark Green, who's currently running in 8th place. Followed by the 5. So, as in the middle bit of the race, it's settled down. Everyone's just trying to turn laps. It's currently Tironi from Pico. Pico's just taken over the lead, so I think Tironi's just been for a pit stop. So it's Pico from Tironi. Lemoto Colari's in 3rd. Pirani's in 4th. And we wait for this pit stop to well up because currently on the figure it looks quite bad. And as these two are running neck and neck, this is a bit of a battle here. They go through the out and they come up, and these are the drivers of cars number 7 and car number 6, and that's the battle in fact for 2nd and 3rd. It's Ramangoli and Hasha. Hasha's come right up from nowhere, so it's Ramangoli and Hasha there. Ramangoli moving forward now through the pit stop. I think Hasha may have hopped off the pit stop there, so that might be why he got. No, he's behind him, so it is still going on. So he sprint down the straight there. 7 from 9. So the 9 is Rip V is the white car, is the lapped car in between them. So that is the 7 of Misha Ramangoli. You've then got the white car, it's a lap car of Rick V, and then behind them is the cars who are actually trying to chase him down for 2nd and 3rd, which is Kalari and Hasha. Another pit stop. And we are now back with Lamberto. So Lamberto currently running in 3rd. And the man in front of him is May is trying to overtake, I think, who's in 2nd. So Kalari now. He's got about a second behind. And he's now into 2nd. Kalari now is taking 2nd on his own. So he is now trading the number 9 car, but that's a lap down. That's Rick. So it's Kalari on his own at the moment. He's spreaded and he worked his way through to 2nd, so easy automatic qualification for the Italian multiple world champion. For some reason we're looking at Rick V, but behind him it's Kalari. Rick at the moment isn't looking like he's going to bump up. Mark Green's got himself a 4th though, so Mark's had an excellent performance off camera, and he's now in 4th. And whether everyone else has changed tyres and he hasn't, I don't know. But it's looking good for Mark at the moment. He's pulled himself to 4th. He's quite a long way ahead of Tironi in 5th by about 4 seconds. So currently, the 3-second lead from Pico from Kalari. Kalari is a long way ahead of Pirani, I think by somewhere in the region of about 7 or 8 seconds. And then Mark Green's in 4th. And there is the number 3 car of the leader, Albert Pico. So Albert, he's come up from the Celsius number 3 car, maybe he was 3rd in the grid, but he's certainly, after we lost, of course, the erstwhile early Simon Kurzbert, who's still running but not going fast, and got past Kalari. So Pico, of the Pico engine family, and running a Pico engine. Not massively surprisingly, in his Serpent, but those Dutch brand Italian engine, Italian driver, to go past start finish, through the in, back to the out. At this point, there's a mental mindset where he has a very, very big lead over 5th, best part of a lap. At this point, do you, as Albert Pico, just decide, I'm going to keep on going, I'm going to ease it right back and just take what comes, or do you carry on pushing for the win in the semi-final B? And as much as no one remembers who comes 2nd, no one remembers who wins the semis. So looking now at Kalari. Kalari in second place. He's got something in the region of 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 seconds to make up, and we have 5 minutes to go. So they're 3/4 way through this slightly delayed semi-final B. Kalari, again, classical style, looking good, moving well. Through the out. Now running up the straight. Taking that very tight. Why? He's been tight on the curves previously. Showing them some respect. He goes to the switchblade and down the bottom loop before he goes back for a start finish. And again, the left in front of the driver's stand. In and out. Easy rhythm from Lamberto. He must have done this a million times before. Certainly he's not used to semi-finals because he's normally used to qualifying for finals till the rules change. But Lamberto going well. We're now picking up the bright yellow car. I think that's the car 4, and behind the car 2, Kursbich is involved in, so it's car 4 of Andrea Pirani in third place. This is Pirani, the Italian, with the Serpent Velox and a Nova engine. These guys now must begin to think, I think I should turn laps. Do I need to qualify? But 1, 2, 3, 4, the direct qualified are Pirani, Kalari, Pirani and Green, with Tironi in 5th and Rangoli in 6th. And there are 2 places available for fastest losers. Straight 4 through the final, and then the best 2 fastest cars from either semi. It looks like the conditions will be the same for both, so no massive temperature advantage. We saw that temperature did affect times quite a lot on the track during the qualifying sessions over the past few days. Moving on, still following the laps with Pirani. In and out, that was Mark Green wasn't looking. Just check this one, comes up the straight. And that indeed is Mark Green from the UK. So Mark Green, who has already bumped up once and now looking to bump up twice, staying in quite a comfortable 4th place. He's got somewhere in the region of 3 seconds of an advantage over Tironi. We're back with Kalari, who's currently now leading the race. So on the stagger, Kalari has taken the lead from Pico, from Pirani and Green. I think it really depends where we are on the pit stops, whether it's Kalari or Pico. And in we see, behind Kalari, it is car number 3 of Albert Pico. So he's just behind now. In fact, there's Pico. You'll probably see Kalari swishing off somewhere else. He's about 2 seconds ahead, Kalari. You'll see his car, unless he popped in the pits. He may well have done. So there's Kalari. Comes in behind, it's Pico. Behind him, and being let through, is the car 6, who's unlapping of Silvio Hascher, who's actually unlapping himself in doing that. Pico obviously already knows where he is, and already is thinking, right, I haven't got to fight anybody. I'm going to try and settle for some form of draw and make myself as much of a chance of getting that final as possible. So that's your second place behind. And now we're looking at Hascher, who's coming forward. Hascher currently running in 6th, so he's in the last of the possible qualifying spots. The German. German, is he? Silvio Hascher. He's Swiss, I'm sorry, he's probably Swiss-German. And we're now down to 1 minute and 40 seconds left. So at this point, it's all about... And what's happening... now, interestingly, Pirani has got past Green. Green's dropped to 5th. So it's now Kalari, Pico, Tironi, Pirani, Green. Green's either had a bad lap or a pit stop. I'm wondering whether Pirani's just had his pit stop. So it's likely that it's going to be... Unless it's only Tironi to go. So Green's now dropped out of the automatic qualifying slots. And now he's back in again because Tironi just made his stop. So that was a shuffling through it still. And Kalari has stopped. So Pico now takes the lead. So it's Pico from Kalari, from Pirani, from Green. Tironi and Hascher, they are the guys who will be contesting the fastest loser strut. But we currently have Pico, Kalari and Pirani through. Mark Green looking reasonably good. He's got about 2 seconds of a lead on the guys behind him. And we're now down to the last 30 seconds. And this means they've only got 2 laps to go as we continue to roll with the current leader, Alberto Pico, I think. I mean, down the straight. It is car number 3, the current leader, Albert Pico. He's going to be starting towards the front of the final because the race will be over at the end of the next lap. This is last lap now And in fact, he's now finished. He has now 1 lap to go. Last lap. And Pico will come through. Mark Green's finish. He is 4th. He just caught on the previous lap. He won't be overtaken by Tironi or Hasher. So Mark Green takes 4th and is a qualifier and in. Pico and Colario finished, and then Pirani as well. So as the race finishes, we have a fantastic result there. So it is Pico from Colario, from Pirani, from Green, with Tironi and Hasher, the fastest losers. Tironi on a 59.20.2. Unfortunately, they've already swept the semi-final B, and we'll be right back with the second semi-final in just a few seconds. And we are back, and thank you to the many, many hundreds you are watching. That's fantastic. Okay, so we're getting ready now for the start of semi-final A. I never know why B is before A. You would think we semi-final A first, then semi-final B. And this race features the current world champion, Robert Peach. He's on pole. Daniel Ilazi is in second. Dario Balestri starts third. Ida Vangerstil starts fourth. Carl Branson, the Brit, starts 5. I mentioned he's a Brit, but he's also qualified up from Heat 6, the fastest person from that heat in qualifying. Then we have Mirko Salimi in position 6, Robin Dont in position 7, Michael Salvin in position 8, Alessio Mazzio, I'll start that one again, Alessio Mazzio in 9, and Adrian Bertin in 10. So Salvin, Mazzio and Bertin qualified up from their quarters. So you've got two big names of the sport there. Salvin, of course, Serpent designer, former champion, and Adrian Burton, former world champion in off-road, and Mr. Orion in 10. But I think this one will be about Robert Peach, by far the fastest driver all through the week. But, of course, anything can happen, and more importantly, anything can go wrong. Now, thank you very much to the guys on the stream. I must just check who it was on the stream who told me this. You may be wondering, I was wittering on earlier about why there was a problem. John Elman, kindly told me that what actually happened was that Kalari asked for a 10-minute delay. He had a problem with his car, and it's something you can do at major events. You can ask for a 10-minute delay if you've got a technical issue. Hence the reason the race started 10 minutes later. And because of his 10-minute delay, he had to start in the very back 11th space, which is why Kersberg started first and Kalari started at the back. So he called that 10-minute delay, which is absolutely entitled to do. Anyone can do it. It's not just because he's 9-time world champion. And in doing that, that was the delay. I say the big problem is that we don't have a speaker here from the driver's information, so otherwise we would have heard that had been called. So thank you very much, John. If you want to give me any more tips, you can either get me on @RC Racing on Twitter or on the direct feed chat if you're watching on the YouTube screen. So now I shall nip back to my RCM page. And so we are now, any minute now, the cars are releasing, and there's a countdown to the start will begin any moment now. The cars go out slowly, getting their engines warmed up. 3 minutes to go, well 2 minutes 50 to go now. There'll be 3 minutes of cars running around the track. But at the end of the day, what we all want to know is, can Robert Peach make it look as easy as he's made it look the rest of it? But the other thing to bear in mind is the time of 59 minutes 20.2 seconds. So 59 in 2.2 seconds is what Tironi did, and that is the current fastest place for 5th. So if you're inside that, at 59, 20 minutes and 2 seconds, you will qualify in 5th or 6th place. If you're outside it, you won't. Sixth place by was of Stefan Hash in the first semi-final. After the semi-final, which is 20 minutes, we expect that the main final will probably still start on time at 4 o'clock, despite the 10-minute delay. We'll certainly be back here live with moving camera at that time. You can hear the excited Portuguese voices. There's a big grandstand in front of me, there's a big grandstand beside me. There's an awful lot of people here. There's a couple of hundred people watching. There's a lot of people watching. And all very friendly, all very super organisation here by the Villarreal club. So the question is really, I mean, you look at Carl Branson, who qualified 5, Mirko Salimi qualified 6, Robin Dont, who's looked quicker. Are they going to see? We've already seen Mark Green double bump. He bumped up from the last one. And will Salvin, Burton or Mazzeo have that advantage of already having run for 20 minutes on the track? 20 minutes in anger. That is the big question. Temperature very much, there's no real difference in temperature. There's a nice breeze is blowing through now, which is very pleasant. As we await the start, there's currently something in the region of 55 seconds. 55 seconds before the start of the starting procedure. They've got an extra laps. They're not only warming the engines, they're warming the rest of the car, but they're also getting their tyres in place, getting some warmth and gripping their tyres, drying off the additive, which is being applied by some really quite impressive additive applying machines. It's quite remarkable. I've never seen anything like it personally. I must say that I've never seen. I don't know, we looked at additive maybe. Obviously, doing 12th racing, I do it on additive. These boys take it to a whole different level. Okay. So now we're getting ready. What you saw the previous heat. What you'll know will happen is that these guys will sit there. The cars are picked up. Then the drivers will walk out to the slots. Now we didn't see him on pole last time because Kalari started from 11, but on pole it will be Robert Peach with a Mugen, Nova engine behind him. Daniel Alesi with the Velox and the Sonic engine with Dario Balestri in Motolica and Nova. So can the German upset what has been an Italian benefit so far in these semi-finals? There on the far left of the screen, you can see his pitman. It'll go very quiet in a second. And they're off. Not a great start from Peach, but I think Alesi's got the better part of Valor, and he's actually lost a position there. So I think Balestri's gone through into second. And we're running now. It's Peach. My guess is it's car 3 in second place. You've got past car 2. It is indeed. It's 1 from 3. From 2 is Moversteer, and 4. So it looks like some so ill handling from Balestri at the moment. He's dropped back, as you see. He is now running in third place with right behind him. Lazy's in third place with Vanger still behind him. So Balestri is in second. Lazy's third, and Vanger still is really pushing hard. That's the Belgian. And now we're going back with Vanger still, and behind him it is Carl Branson as well. So we're looking at Vanger still. Branson part, was it? I must get the colour body right. So that is Lazy being pushed hard by car 4 of Vangersteel. Carl Branson's got a problem. I think he's out of the race already. Yeah, Branson's already having a problem, which is very disappointing for the young Brit, and he's out. So that is very sad. Things just didn't go off for Branson. Or is he? Or has he got a radio problem? I think Branson's got a radio problem. I could be wrong. So anyway, now there's 3 cars battling here, and this will be the battle slightly further down the field between cars number 9, 7, 8 and 10. So that is the battle there for 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. Mazzeo, Hont, Salvin and Burton. And we're at the front of that there. And that's the car there. They get the green car. Oh, what a big accident there. Just behind him, he's took over again. That was a big smash and big damage for car 7. And that is Robin Dont, I think, is probably going to be certainly about the pits because his body's askew, aero problems, and he's going to be out of that one, I think. So that's Robin Dont now dropped out of the contention. So we've now lost 2 cars who could have done well. In Carl Branson and Robin Dont, both those won't be able to catch up to feature in the top 4 or the fastest 2. So take a wide look, it settles down. No real tight battles at the moment as we carry on running with the number 6 of Mirka Salimi. And we've moved forward now. This is now back up towards the front of the field. So that's car 3. And we're back now with second place. That's Dario Balestri. So Dario, who's currently in second place. Robert Peach is long gone, but he currently already has a lead of 3 seconds. So Balestri in second place. He comes down the straight. Lightly ahead of Alesi. There's Balestri from Alesi. Alesi a bad start, but let Balestri through. They go through the switch knife. Curving round. So there they are, Balestri and Alesi, 2 Italians. Italian domination in this sport outside Robert Peach is remarkable. They really do like their little Formula cars. They're good with the engines. You look at the engines, Pico, Nova Rossi, Rossi, they're all Italian manufacturers. And into the first pit stop. So first pit stop already happening, and that is after just 3 minutes 35. That wasn't the quickest of stops, but it was all right actually. There's kind of quite a slow pickup, and he moves out now. Be interesting to see where he comes out in the stagger as he goes now up the main straight. He's back behind the white car, I think, of as he moves now through and round and onto it. Oh, stopped in front of him, the white car there, and as he goes to his own pit stop. So this is going to go. I can see ahead. There's Robert Peach just ahead of him. Probably got 8 seconds or 6 seconds on him as they move through. Lazy now, looking to see where he's from. He's once again got Balestri right behind him. Sorry, Balestri's got Lazy's got Balestri right behind him. No, Balestri has a Lazy. I'm sorry. So Balestri help from Malaysia, but help has slightly different names. Dario and Daniele, I suppose they are quite different. And we're still running with the number 2 car of Daniele Lazy. He runs through. Just behind him is Ila Vangersteel, who's trying to catch up the Belgian. So this is the battle for 3rd and 4th. Both of these, of course, are automatic qualifying positions. There's second just ahead of them. 3rd and 4th are battling. Vangersteel now looking to strike a different line. Comes in tight there. Lazy. Seemed to think he had more of a chance over a long 20-minute or 45-minute run than he did over 7 against Robert. But at the moment, PH is imperious. Something like 7 seconds ahead, 6 seconds ahead. Vangersteel hunting his quarry. I mean, it's quite an interesting situation here, but you only really get 3.5 or 4 minutes between each fuel stop to kind of make real track progress. So you had a kind of slightly interruptive feeling to everything, but you're never quite getting what you want done before you have to go and do something else you don't want to do, is another pit stop. They come down the straight. Now picking up the battle here. It's a pink car, number 6 from 5, and this is the battle right back in 8th and 9th. The car Branson Slimmy. And out they come from the pits. And that's the number 6 there. Still say Marco Salimi. So at the moment it's Pietsch from Balestri, from Alesi, from Vangersteel. Pietsch has a 6-second lead. Mazzeo from Slavers, over Michael Slaven and Adrian Burton in 6 and 7 on the cusp of the bump up position to the final. They were, of course, started off in the quarters. We've got a bit of tight race action here. The guys go in now and round through the start finish. Another one broken up by a bit of a pit stop. Here it comes. Still a lazy there. Car number 2. Trying to battle back from his bad start. 3rd place. He's about 2 seconds behind Balestri. Pietsch obviously leading by 6. Ila Vangersteel currently running in 4th, but just slightly out the current stack as he's stopped and the others haven't. So later taking that tight line through the top corner. Through the in and the out. And down the straight, we're sweeping to the fast left, trying to avoid the Cave of Doom, which will happen when they go off on the that AstroTurf at the top of the straight. Now, interestingly, the car is looking good actually. But he was taking some of the drive. He's kind of a mixture of touring car lines and tailing it out as he moves forward now through the out. Again, we are now 7.5 minutes down, so 12.5 to go, and he's already settling down into a rhythm. Lazy. He probably doesn't want to be. He's up to second because Balestri made a pit stop. So and he's going to make a stop himself, so he'll probably drop back down to 3rd again. But he knows that 2nd or 3rd, it's only a difference of about 2 yards in the actual start of the race. And he carries on going. As the cloud comes over, and the temperature actually has dropped noticeably here at Villarreal over the last 5 minutes. A cloud cover, and that will start to reflect in the track. It won't matter really too much, but it might make the track a minuscule quicker. So therefore, favour the semi-final A guys over the semi-final B guys when it comes to getting into the final itself. Big thudding twin-cylinder motorbike goes past us. There's a lazy. Managed to pick him a bit up. So it's still Pietsch from Balestri from a lazy with Vangersteel. Vangersteel not quite in shot yet, but he's there. That orange, that little blur you saw behind is Vangersteel trying to make up the distance. So there we are. This is much more calmer semi-final than the last one. A lot of it just turning laps. Not many battles, the cars all reasonably spread out. as we go and find, and that I think is Robert Pietsch. It is. So that is the German and the Mugen with the Nova engine, who is currently showing the field how it's done. His lead is up to 7 seconds from Balestri, the Lazy in third. We need to think about lapping some traffic. He's got a couple of cars ahead of him who are battling, but they need to let him through. And the first one does very nicely, except actually spinning out. I think that might be Michael Salvin's Serpent, actually. I might be wrong. It might be Michael. And he gets through. And the others began carrying on their battle. And let's see where we're at. And indeed, that was the Serpent of Salvin. Oh! That was a Serpent of Salvin. He actually got a bit of a kiss for his displeasure there. So Pietsch leading quite comfortably, goes in for a pit stop. This is the halfway, 10 minutes are gone. Are we going to see tyre stop? Yes, we are. So tyres for our leader and potentially our pole sitter in the main final, because he's looking quicker than everyone else. That was a bloody quick tyre. Oh, I shouldn't say that. That was a very, very quick four-wheel and fuel stop. It'll be really interesting to see what he comes back on. His previous lap was a 19.7, and when he crosses the line again, it'll be very interesting to see where he's got. And the guys now look for another battle further down, but I'll tell you that when he does go across at Robert Pietsch's most recent lap was a 36, so he's managed to change tyres and take fuel in 17 seconds, which is pretty damn impressive, to put it mildly. I think we're back now with our friend Lazy, who is currently actually in the lead. He is a Lazy. He's actually in the lead thanks to the way the stagger's unwound. He's not taken tyres. I'm sure he will at some point. They're coming up the road. Indeed, that is a Lazy. Going round the... oh! Massive accident for car 4. His air filter's come off. That is the Serpent of Elo Vangerstil, who was fighting for third and fourth, and that's the end of it for him. That is really it for Vangerstil, who just cut to him to see his pursuit, and his pursuit went wrong. You take that top corner, you get it slightly wrong, you go a bit too wide, and you hit the ashtray, and that's it. There's nothing, there's no grip, and you carry that speed, which is probably still 60 miles an hour, straight into a double-strength fence. And there's a reason double strength fence, and you probably heard the reaction from the crowd who are right in front of me to what they thought of poor old Vangerstil, who's gone right out now. And we're back with Robert Pietsch. Now, he won't have heard that. In fact, he hasn't. Pietsch is now, he's actually currently in second because the Lazy hasn't taken tyres. So Lazy's still leading, Pietsch is in second, and that tyre stop being the reason. But you still have Mazzeo. It's Michael Salva up to fourth now. Dario Balestri in fifth and Adrian Burt in sixth. So two of the bump-up drivers are bumping up. Carl Branson, after his bad start, he didn't actually start, is carrying on in eighth. But this is quite... will a Lazy take tyres? And if he will, and in fact, not only will he, he's just taking a fuel stop. I think it's fuel, and that's put Pietsch back in the lead. So Pietsch now leads from a Lazy. With Balestri in third, Salvin in fourth, Burton in fifth. Burton's predicted time at the moment is too slow. He needs to find quite a bit more speed to get near the times of Tironi, 59.20.2. Burton's predicted time is 58.20.04. So if you look at the predictions are quite odd, really. But say Pietsch is currently predicted for a 61. And we officially now have lost Elo Vangerstil and Robin Dont. So a very, very bad day for the Low Countries as we lose Robin Dont from... actually, both Belgian. They're both Belgian, unfortunately. Two Belgians are gone. And it's still Pietsch from Malaysia, from Balestri from Salvin. So it's a German, Italian, and German. Burton from France in fifth. Currently, it's about a 3-second lead that Pietsch over Lazy. The Lazy's got something in the region of 7 seconds over Balestri. Whereas Balestri, again, has a similar amount of gap. So all well spaced out now in this semi-final A. The top four are quite confident. I don't think that fifth place is looking. I don't think this is as fast as semi, but they will pick up some speed if they've done a tyre change because they'll lose an inconsequent amount. And in fact, looking already, Adrian Burton has done exactly that due to the vagaries of the computer. His prediction now is for 60 laps. So he's now gone from behind Tironi to ahead of Tironi. So this goes to show that probably until we get the last 3 minutes, we won't really know. There's 6 minutes to go. Pietsch back in the lead. Well, actually, no, Lazy's back in the lead because Pietsch just did his fuel stop. So Pietsch, I think, will actually pick the lead up again in a second because it's now on the stagger of the fuel. As he puts the hammer down and he's following the next car, which is white car, which is looking to lap his car 5, and that's Carl Branson. There's a car ahead of him, car who didn't have a problem at the start, and now he's picking up behind our leader. I think that is a Lazy. So it's first and second now. Lazy come out of the pits, not that far behind Pietsch. The car, I think, ahead of him, though, is not Pietsch, so it's a Lazy. A Lazy currently in second. Turns round. Through the in, through the out. Up the straight. You don't want to go wide there, as we saw with Ela van der Stil earlier. No real problem in PH hold the lead. He's got a lead of something in the region of 3 seconds now. So again, it's basically he's able to ease out the lead. I mean, he was 8/10 faster in that lap, and I didn't see a Lazy do anything particularly wrong, but people are getting slightly slower towards the end of the race. So much so that our camera's lost interest in Lazy. He got so slow. And sweeping now down the straight, we have the number 3 car of Dario Balestri. So Balestri, who's started through his currently is 1-2-3R, 1-2-3. It's Salvin and Burton made the big moves. So they come up from 8th and 10th to 4th and 5th, helped obviously by Van der Stil and Robin Dont demise. So Balestri, who made a very, very good start, and picked up second, and since really just run his own race, I think you have to say. He's not really got particularly concerned about what anyone else is doing. He's kept himself focused. And we are now only 4 minutes to go on this particular heat. Running hard. Balestri looking to all intents and purposes like he's got this very much under control. His third place. Michael Salvin is very close to him now. Actually, he's within striking distance of a Lazy. They're within about a second of each other. Though it's only a difference between 3rd and 4th, and both of those are qualifying positions. It's really what you do in 5th and 6th. Oh, bit of curve there from Pietsch, and that could have been curtains because he'd been catapulted off the curve into the top wall. That would have been the end of the whole thing for Robert, and that would have been an absolute disaster. But he managed to avoid that and just took a bit of curb, carried on going. The car was set up well to take those bumps. But that's the sort of thing you don't want to do when you're cruising to a victory in a semi-final and you've got a 45-minute final coming. A, you wouldn't qualify, and B, you want to damage the car with only a limited amount of time to repair it. So it's still Pietsch leading, and now he's got a big lead over Balestri. Now, the Lazy's dropped well down, so the Lazy must have made a tyre stop off camera. Obviously trying the 15-minute tyre run in preparation to the final. So it's Pietsch and Balestri from a Lazy. Michael Salvin still quite close to a Lazy. They're about 1.1 seconds apart. And we are back again with a Lazy. I'm not sure we're going to see Salvin in the background. Let's see. A Lazy moves forward. Through the in and out. So we are now down to the last 2 minutes and 20 seconds. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. 17 minutes and 40 gone then. And it is Pietsch and Balestri and Balestri from Salvin. Pietsch, quite imperious really the entire event. Briefly lost the lead when he decided to change tyres. I think he got it back again a bit too quickly for Balestri's like, and he is something in the region now of the best part of a lap ahead. He's got nearly a lap on the entire field. Go to the out. So you've got about 5 laps to go. Be my guess. He moves his way through the whole thing. Through the in, through the out. All looking good so far. In and then out, up the straight behind him. So it's Pietsch and Balestri and Malaysia. Michael Salvin now very much in the controlling positions. And my guess is Adrian Burton will have done enough in 5th place to get into the final, but Alessio Merzo will not have done. So it'll be Burton and Tironi who will come up if it stays as it is. And we have 1 minute to go. There's 1 minute to go of this semi-final. But it looks like Michael Salvin and Adrian Burton will both bump up. The world champion in off-road, Adrian Burton, and the many-time champion Michael Salvin from Germany. They will be bumping up with 40 seconds to go, whereas I'm afraid that just counted out a bit less than Mazzeo is a bit too slow. So it'll be Tironi and Burton who'll be the guys who go through. But we're now really down to the last couple of laps, and it is Pietsch from Balestri. Elasi is in third. It's Salvin in fourth. And this is the dying embers is now just let's just get these last couple laps going. There's just out the corner of our eye. We just saw Pietsch or any minute now beginning his last lap. That's not him. That's the white car, Michael Salvin. And there we are. And that's Pietsch, who I think actually will now finish the race. He'll finish the race in the lead. He's going to be taking, I think that's him finished. And now he'll just come over the line. He's got one final lap to go. And we wait to confirm the results. But that was a masterful performance by Robert there. Absolutely masterful. No real battles on him. Bad news for Ila Vangersteel. In fact, what happened, Robert will cross the timing loop in a second. There he goes. And the winner is Robert Pietsch from Dario Balestri. Daniel Elasi is in third. Michael Salvin is fourth. Adrian Burt in fifth. And I think that's enough for Adrian to qualify for the final to join Tironi from the last one. And that was not the world's most exciting race, but I think that we're being set up for a particularly impressive final, I have to say. And we will be back to show you that final in about 1 hour's time. So please join us in an hour for the main final from the 1/8 Track Euros in Portugal. Well, hello and welcome back to Portugal. A few minutes later than we expected. And we're just at the midpoint of the driver's introductions done by Frankie Nowens. We should get the cars underway probably about 20 to 25 minutes past for this final of the 1/8 track European Championships. Not sure you can actually hear. They actually start the introductions with with Robert Peaches in pole, and normally it goes 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1, but Frankie decided to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Plies applause you may be hearing in the background. That's from a very, very large crowd actually. You've got at least 300 or 400 in, perhaps even more actually, it's 500 in two of the grandstands as they present there. So let's wipe up what we saw earlier. We had two semi-finals. Robert Peach won one. And Pico won the other. And they are the guys who line up in first and second. So this will be your grid for this, the 1/8 track final. Just battling with my notes in the wind at the moment. Bear with me a second. So here we go, and there we are. So in pole is Robert Peach, the German, with the Mugen and the Nova engine. In second, it's Albert Pico with the Pico engine and the Serpent chassis. Lamberto Collari, multiple world champion, will be third on the grid with the Capricorn and the Nova Rossi engine. Dario Balestri, also the Italian, will be on fourth with the Motonica. Daniel Elasi, fifth with the Serpent Velox. Sorry, the Shepherd Velox. Then Michael Salvin with the Serpent. Andrea Pirani with the Velox, and then we also have at the end we have Adrian Burton with the Orion Power Car and Mark Green with his Serpent, and Francesco Tironi brings up the rear in 10th place. Now a bit of housekeeping. Adrian Burton is the 1999 1/8 on-road world champion and 2003 1/10 on-road champion. He's never been the off-road champion, so that was something I gave him a world title he didn't have and took away ones he did have. So thank you to Roman, 1-0 and some numbers for informing me of this one. Let's go, says the Peter Muse. Well, I think they have to go through the formalities first, but they will be going hopefully quite soon. Oh, I've got the wrong dog on this. I need to take off the slight delayed dog, don't I? Dear, 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 dear. So all the that's Mark Green being introduced. So we have in this final 1, 2, 3, there are 6 Italians, a Brit, a German, a Dutchman and a Frenchman. So certainly is a showing really where the balance of power is within this sport. Part of the sport, it is very much for the drivers from the country that shape like a boot, who appear to be really quite literally the class of the field, mate. So the drivers all come on, they've been introduced, they've all gone off again now. So hopefully they come back on again, they'll come back on in a way in which we can do something with them. But now the engineers are below, the mechanics are looking around, expecting hubbub from the crowd. Albert Pico's running a Mugen, is he? Oh, well, that's interesting. So Albert Pico's running a Mugen, not a Serpent. I do apologise. I shall go and shoot the man who did that. And that was Frank earlier who found me that. So it's a Mugen for Albert Pico. It's always good to be corrected on the line. So we Peach from Pico, from Collari, from Balestri, from Malaysia, from Salvin, from Pirani, from Burton, from Green and Tironi. But the real question is, can anyone stop Robert Peach? And the answer to that question at the moment really appears to be, unless he hits problems, no. He's been the class of the field throughout this. There's a traffic jam outside this stadium. He's been the class of the field all weekend. But as we know, in long finals, and he said himself in the qualifying report, which you can see on www.rcracing.tv, in a long final, anything can happen. You never know what's going to happen. You never know what's around the next corner, and it's not always good things. Often there are problems. And it now appears that the clouds are actually too big. There are too many people there. As you see the drivers there introducing their cars to the crowd. Worrying number of greeny yellow cars there, so I think you can expect a great number of misidentifications by me in the first few laps. because I'm used to having 1 or 2. I think really it should be you should only run your national colours. I mean, obviously there'll be a lot of light blue Italian cars, but and the sun's coming out as well for the final. It's been cloudy the rest of the day, so we have sun now for the final. And so now, I think we're now the driver going back up the stand again. So I think we're now over the formalities of the presentation, and the next thing we're getting will be the formalities of the racing as the bleachers continue to fill. Obviously, in Villarreal, this is big news, and the Portuguese like to come out for their racing, come out to see the final. 45 minutes we have. We're expecting, well, we will get tyre changes. My feeling is that whilst people were changing tyres at 10 minutes in the heat, such as we even up, and I would the semi-final, my guess is that they will be changing the. Frank Owens has given the word to start the engine, so we are only a few minutes away. Now, my idea is that almost certainly what we'll get is people changing at 15 minutes. If they can't last 20, they'll be changing at 15 minutes. And by doing that, they'll obviously have to change at 15 minutes and 30 minutes. So 2 tyre changes, several fuel stops. And let's see whether the counter's counting down. I think it is, yeah. I think this is still a warm-up period, whether we are within 3 minutes at the start of this 45-minute final. So there's a couple of old Portuguese gentlemen walk past. I've had a lot of people. I'm out in the open, right out in the open here, right to the left-hand side of the main grandstand. I've got me and a microphone. I've got a huge amount of equipment. I've got Frank on the direction of the cameras. I've got a timing screen and a camera screen. And I am by far the most popular person, I think, because of the timing screen. I've had attractive ladies, old men and young boys all leaning over me, trying to get a view of what's going on. And what is going on is a number of 3.5cc engines being revved to the limit as they try and get some warmth in these engines. Trying to get them in a position to produce their 4 horsepower down. Now, we have seen quite a few accidents during the even the semi-finals. The big culprit is the sweeping left at the end of the straight. So you see the cars come down straight towards our main camera. They then turn sharp left. Well, it's sweeping left, but if you get that slightly wrong or slightly wide, there's AstroTurf, of which there is 0 grip. And then you hit the wall, which isn't very far behind. Very, very hard indeed. And about 6% of people never come back from that. They end up just in bits, which is not good. Including, I think, Adrian Bertin, who the Norwegian, who actually crashed his car during the warm-up for his, I think, quarter-final that was. It does. If you hit the right angle, wrong angle, you will take off a corner of the front. I think the rear of these cars seems slightly stronger. So off we go, and we are now in 3-minute time before we get going. Off they all go. If you haven't joined us before, welcome. And this is the Villarreal track in Portugal. You have this long straight. They aren't doing it now, but in the race they'll be doing about 80 miles an hour. Sweep round, in and out through the switchblade. This is the curve in front of the timing loop. They turn left, past pit straight, another left again, then through the in, which is quite sharp, the out, which is very broad hairpin, more of a corner, then an absolute blast back on the straight again. This is the corner that's catching them out, big star. When you get it wrong, you get it wrong. Here is where we see at that end of the end of the straight, we see a lot of action. And we have seen some overtaking in the semi-finals, but really they were just qualifying. It really counts now, and this is when you have to see if you can force your way through, or whether you have to bide your time. Slightly worrying. I can see all our mini cameras out. This event will get a full race edit on the TV show, RC Racing TV, available on motors around Europe, and sometime during the beginning of next year, I think this one will be on the show. And we'll cut this into multi-camera. We've got several other cameras around the track. Quite vulnerable because see how far these cars go off when they do go off. So hopefully we won't lose any cameras, but if we do, we'll get a great shot as it goes. I'm sure we can find some way of getting the insurance to cover it, I would think. Well, hopefully anyway. So, as the cars continue around, let's see yellow and green car that just comes up here. So the yellow and black car, that is the 5 car. That is a lazy. I thought it was. So a lot of a lazy in the semi-finals. He was kind of constantly there or thereabouts where he needed to be. I think that Kalari has one plan, and that's stay with PH, because at the moment, PH is a class of the field. Kalari, you know, is don't forget the reigning European champion, but PH is the reigning world champion. So we have 3 world champions in this. We could have Adrian Bertine as well. But that covers actually 11 championships because Kalari's won it 9 times. So Bertine's win in 99 was one of the very few times he didn't win it. And of course, Mr. Peach's win last year is another time he didn't win it. World Championships this week in Japan next year. European Championships will be in Halifax in the UK. So if you like what you see and you're from the UK, you can go and watch this in Halifax next year in the last week of July. So a week earlier than this one in the year. As people are still arriving for the major event in Villarreal in Portugal this week. And we are now down to about no seconds till the start. So again, they're having, I wonder whether someone's called a 10-minute delay. It's looking like we're getting another mysterious amount of extra running. So I think possibly someone's called a 10-minute stoppage because we should be going at this point. So it was Kalari who called it last time. Looking up there, I can see Kalari is driving his car. There are only 9 drivers on the rostrum, so I think we have indeed had a 10-minute delay call. That means the start will go back even further, and they'll come in, they'll go out, and they'll do various practicing. So let's go and see if anyone on the stream knows what that is. Yeah, it's certainly worth plugging your laptop in because Mr. Weekend, because it's only a 45-minute final. We've now got a 10-minute delay, so plenty of chance for them to do some warming up. Trying to work out who it is called the delay. It's not Kalari, I can see, but it's not Pietro called. See him. I wonder if it's Michael Salvin. I can't see Michael. Oh, no, there he is. Yeah. I think it might be Michael Salvin who called this. I mean, let's just guess, just from body language and people who are looking on the pit lane. Still plenty of work going on. So. Consternation, but I think we should be getting. I didn't really take a note of when we were supposed to be getting underway before the hold is, but I think we've probably still got 6-7 minutes of the hold to go on this 10-minute break. Everyone's looking around. Person who calls 10-minute break will have to start at the back of the grid. That's their penalty. Now, if you're Michael Salvin, it's a 6 to 11th, so it's not a massive penalty in a 45-minute final. Now, whether Michael's fixed his car now and they're going to shorten the 10-minute break, I don't know. But again, they're all looking quite kind of what we're going to do, and it's the usual kind of confusion as cars look around. So as Nathan pulls out, you get a chance to see this more of this fantastic facility. It is basically a very, very permanent event. This track, I mean, it's got everything's made of stone. There's it's a very nice Scalextric set. I'm sure it's a Fly set, being an Italian, or a Carrera set, but it's a very nice slot racing set at the back of the kind of the organisational building. And it is a building, it's not a hut, as I would normally describe it. Unfortunately, they're using it as a place to put all the trophies at the moment, so I couldn't have a go, which is quite disappointing. Now, just to trail ahead, this obviously is our last broadcast here from Portugal for the 1/8 Track Euros, but next week we'll be live streaming from Austria for the 1/8 Buggy Euros. So we just go on, that'll be our last live streaming, EFRA live stream of the year. Our trip around Europe is nearly over. It'll be Austrian Ferry again, which is where we streamed, of course, with the buggies. And we'll be streaming there from Thursday, probably about lunchtime, possibly early afternoon, all day Friday, all day Saturday. And again, a mixture of moving camera and static. We expect to have more moving camera at Austria, but there were some slight logistical issues that made it difficult to do it here. One of the reasons, for example, we're out in the open air, for example, doesn't help. So there are some that have been some reasons why we've had to do a little bit more static camera on it. But we now are moving, and we'll be moving all the time once something happens. It looks like they're going to take advantage of the full 10 minutes, and very annoying car alarm going off behind me. But don't forget to tune in next Thursday and the rest of the week to EFRA.ws or rcracing.tv, and you will see our streaming from fairing of the 1/8 Buggy Euros. And if by any chance you're the organiser of a race meeting, you'd like us to come and film it, and you'd like to come and stream it, well, just drop me a line or drop me a tweet or a question at RC Racing. So the tweet on the Twitter sphere for us is at, reminder, it is at RC Racing. So that's most of the housekeeping done. As the sun gets even brighter now, as it comes out from behind its little shadow. So this delay, unfortunately, meant that I'm having to stare at a screen that's full of reflections, which doesn't help. But now it looks like we will be getting going very soon. Whoever called the delay has now been uncalled from the delay. So we're going to get underway about half an hour behind schedule. Quarter of an hour that was caused by the previous 10-minute delay caused by Kalari, and then they've obviously been doing another 10-minute delay now. So the race will start probably somewhere around 4:30, local 5:30 in Europe, and we have 45 minutes when we will be seeing who comes, what, and where. I don't think it takes much to say. I did tip Mark Green, actually, in the qualifying session yesterday, and he was 2 finals away from the final, and he got there, which is pretty impressive, because normally I'm the kiss of death. Anybody I mentioned, I remember particularly people in the large scale last year, I think one that made 1 lap, and one that made 3 in the semi-finals. But moving forward, some cars obviously still warming up, doing this odd in and out situation before, so a key thing we have to look for is who's gone back to 11th place, who's caused this 10-minute delay. Film the BRCA Clubman next, yeah. That's a nice idea, given that the BRCA Nationals decided not to use it this year for reasons I've yet to be explained why. Oh, 2 cyclists gone past. Mammals, they're called, middle-aged men in lycra, but of course we shouldn't not that, because certainly being British, cycling is where it's at now. It's the new yoga, the new zen. So as the sun comes around from behind me, and it's now, we can see the race, you'll see the shadows lengthening on the circuit of the grandstand, which is right behind. So ticking down, waiting for them to actually decide they actually want to do some racing. So I mean, also from the time Daniel Lazy is also a 1/10 champ, but that's not what we're after. We're after 1/8 world champions. As this is the class we're actually in, but thank you for the tip, and I will use it. Actually, I've just given you a completely false feed, because actually, the live stream we're doing from Austria next week is not our last live streaming at all. Completely untrue. We are live streaming from a casino at the Circuit de Lamberto Calari for the 1/10th IC as well. So there'll be another set of stream the following week. So it's the last one I'm doing, because I'm not going to Italy. I'm going to Austria, but it'll be Matt and the gang will be down in Austria to stream their 1/10th Euros, so that'll be the final one of the year. So there are 2 more streaming extravaganzas to look forward to on the EFRA circus this year. We've got this one next week in Austria, and the following week in Italy in Cassini in the circuit. And I think we're getting somewhere near the point where we might actually be getting near to someone actually thinking about starting the race again. So I assume that after we think there's Salva's 10-minute delay. There is no time between England and Portugal, but it's an hour ahead if you're in Central Europe, and there's some Central European people here. So it's 4:30 Portugal and UK, and it's 5:30 in the middle of Europe at the moment, or 5:31. And I couldn't agree with you all weekend, but that's not for me to say here, obviously. Right, now, that's not enough of me filling for 10 minutes, and it now seems we are finally about to get underway. So I shall switch away from this screen to the timing screen. Cars being brought out. Now, who is being brought out to position 11? It's hard to see. I'm not sure. Is that Salva? I can't see. It is Salva, isn't it? Orange with the white and the dare to race. Yeah, it looks like it was Michael, who is, I mean, counting down. 6, 5. It'll go quiet in a second. Peach versus Kalari and Pico. And they're off in a much better start for Peach this time. A couple of problems further on down. I think it's Kalari who had a problem, so Kalari's dropped back, I think, to 6-7 in the first lap. But it's Peach. So the battle now is already for second, third and fourth, and the running order is at the end of the first lap. It's Peach. From Balestri, Pico's third, Kalari's fourth. No, it's Balestri, Pico, Pirani, and it was Kalari had a problem that first corner, and he has dropped down to seventh. So it's Peach from Balestri, from Pico. With Balestri just following, he's in second place now. And you've got Pico and Pirani behind him. So it's German, Italian. As we come down and we complete the first 3 laps. And now battling there for third and fourth, it's Pico and Pirani. Pico in the Mugen, as I've been informed. And Pirani, whoa, waving away. Be careful of that, because you've got to make sure you get the entrance. He waves down the straight. And now we have it. They're now being drawn by Daniele Lazy to make it Italian triumvirate as they attack these first few laps. Well, a few times we know where you are because you aren't the pit stop strategy, but certainly it is Balestri from Pico with a Lazy and Pirani also very, very close. So coming through, Balestri. There's Pico and Pirani and a Lazy. Pico, Pirani, 3, 4, 5. Green, yellow, and yellowy green. So not really helping a lot there. Just ahead of me is the Balestri, but already streaking ahead with the fast lap time we've seen for a long time. It is Robert Pietsch, who already has nearly a 2-second lead as we complete lap number 5. And that lead is now 2.4 seconds with 5 laps completed. But further down, Balestri is beginning now to be slightly reeled in by this fight. This fight between Pico and Pirani, with behind him the 2 other cars of Lazy, I think Kalari in 6th as well. There we are. So you just see Kalari now trying to get back on the back of a Lazy. And ahead of them, Pico and Pirani. So as they set up now, running their 6th lap, we have 6 Italians in a row, but they're not leading. They're in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, and that is Balestri, Pico, Pirani, Lazy, Kalari, Tironi. And now we see it's Kalari fighting hard now. Oh, but then the Lazy gets it all wrong. Too much power in front of the front straight, and the Kalari nips through to pick up that and move to 5th place. So Kalari now fighting up the straight. He's got in front of him immediately. It is Pirani, and in front of him it is Pico, so he can see at least the end of the podium in front of him. 3rd place, not far, but Kalari now. I mean, we're already now nearly 2.5 minutes in, so we're only a minute from the first pit stops, and Kalari started at the stop early last time. So that poor start, he's still fighting through, but there is plenty of time to fight through. But all the while, Peach from Germany is he's let through. Well, that's interesting. Kalari let through by Pico. That was very much a case of the Italians helping each other, and now he nips forward. He's going to go after Pirani. I think either Pico realised he couldn't hold Kalari, or he didn't want to hold Kalari, and decided to let the 9-time world champion through, going round this corner here. So now Kalari will hunt down Andrea Pirani. Umberto carries on going. We've dropped back slightly, and is now looking at the fight behind Kalari, which is Pico and Tironi. Pico isn't having the best on Tironi, of course, bumped up, and he's the best of bumped up. Mark Green currently in last, and Adrian Burton in 9th, so those 2 bumped up are running at the back of the field at the moment. But now we're looking to see, and already Kalari has pulled out a huge lead over Pico with Tironi. Not really making a lot of difference if these 2 go round. And as they run down the out and back up the straight, here he comes, the white car. That is car 2 of Alberto Pico in 2nd place. Up ahead of him, you can just about see Robert Pietsch, who's now either had a problem. Oh no, he must have just stopped for fuel. That's why his massive lead had kind of gone. Pico stops for fuel. He'll drop back temporarily. Now, if Peach did stop for fuel, then he's done a pretty good job. He got in and got out and not lost any time and stayed in the lead. And I'm surprised you get a whole fuel stop ahead that early. But stranger things have happened. We are now 4.5 minutes in, so most people would have stopped. Mark Green, unfortunately, is bringing up the rear at the moment. He's not really putting in particularly good lap times either, about a second off the pace. So then Mark Green car not enjoying this phase of the 45-minute final as we get close to being 5 minutes down, 1/9 of the way, 11% done. She's no idea how much to do. And already we're lipping around and through to see what's going on. And it's PH from Balestri now who's picked up second, Kalari third, Pirani fourth. We're currently looking at the a big wavy battle between car 10 and car 5. So that is obviously the battle between Tironi and Daniele Alesi, who's not started particularly well and dropped. That's the 6th and 7th battle. Both of them looking to move at these early stages. Really, it's all about staying out of trouble, keeping yourself free of issue, settling in. But we are now 6 minutes down and starting to move the front. But with pit stops to come, there's a lot of strategy, there's a lot of stagger. If you can eliminate a pit stop, you'll save yourself about 6 seconds. If you eliminate a tyre stop, you'll save yourself about 12 to 15. And all of these people, barring Mark Green, are within 12 to 15 seconds. And Mark Green's had another slow stop. So Mark suffering in this final at the moment. I don't think he'll be on the podium, but if you can sort the car out, you could easily come up a few positions. So we're looking now at the general vista of the track. And currently is PH from Balestri, from Kalari, from Pirani, from Pico, Tironi, Alesi, Michael Salvin, Adrian Burton and Mark Green. It is an Italian benefit in the middle of the position. They'll be back with the leader with Peach. He's leading. His lead now is 5 seconds, 5.4 seconds from Dario Balestri. Kalari in third. Kalari a little way off still, about 1.6 seconds behind Balestri as we've completed now. They turned 20 laps and they've turned 6.5 minutes. Peach with the Mugen, Nova Rossi, just looked that little bit better than everybody this entire week. And I suppose it really comes down to the fact that it is his to lose. As long as he can keep the car on the island, as long as he can keep the car moving, and look at that, that is the gap that he has got already, and there is second place man. And that is Dario Balestri. That was how far ahead he is as the car 4 of Balestri moves it through the switchblade, turns around and comes to the top finish, but he is a long, long way behind, and he's starting for fuel as well. Lots of other cars starting for fuel. They lift up, you see, through the pit lane. Now, I think actually Robert Peach actually stopped as well at that time, so I think they both stopped the same lap. So, indeed, I think when the lap starts coming, we'll see, get an idea of relative pit stop times. Balestri's now pitched into a battle with someone behind him, mainly because he's I think, out of sequence on pit stops. And in fact, Balestri made his second up. It was a 26.0, including the stop for Peach, and 25.0 for Balestri. But he's still 5 seconds back. And when they're running in clear air, whilst he's got more speed than the cars behind him, he's just not got the pace of the German. Around the bottom of the corner. Plenty of movement behind me. That's all people wanting beer. Turning round now. Balestri. Behind Balestri, it's Alberto Pico. This is second and third on the track. And second and third for the race. No, it's not actually. It's nice car 9 behind him. So actually gets Mark Green, who's a lap back. As we now look at the Kalari, and Kalari being followed quite tightly. Kalari has Andrea Perini behind him. These two are now battling neck and neck for 4th and 5th. So as we move through the field now, moving on. Looking in the middle of the pack. Coming round now, blasting up the straight. That's the car 10, the fast improving Franco Tironi. He bumped up, and they all bumped up, but he came from the slowest qualifier, and he's the slowest qualifier, but he is now currently running in 5th. As we know, go back to Daniele Alesi in 6th. And behind him is Pico. So Pico's just taking a stop. So Alesi from Pico. Pico's just stopped. That shot him way down the field. So these guys are now battling for 6th and 7th, even though they have numbers car 5 and 2. So Pico not had a good bit of a run there, as we have turned about 9.5 minutes. I can't think he's changed tyres already. So Pico, slight problem, or very different strategy. He's dropped down from running 2nd and 3rd, and he's now not really making an awful lot of impression. You've got Michael Salvin behind him. Started 11th after calling a 10-minute timeout, and Michael now is going for it. And Michael's coming out the inside there. The two different line there. The tight line from Salvin. Can he move a tight line this top corner here? Pico trying to fend off going down another position, but it's Pico from Salvin. Salvin hunting him down through this. Wow, brilliant move there. Salvin getting through, just a bit of extra pace. And Pico, I think, is struggling with the car at the moment because he didn't really put a massive belt. That was a really decisive move using extra front end dart. And Salvin picks up the position and moves through to 7th place. So, aside from dead last, he's now beginning to move away. The German, the designer of the Serpent machines, comes past and he's picked up another place. In fact, he picked up 2 places because another place due to the stagger. And Daniel Lazy is now one who's dropping slightly back. I think he's had a minor problem. He did a stop there as well. So it's Mark Green at the back, and we've seen a couple of cars fading, but basically it's Peach from Balestri, from Kalari, from Pirani, Tironi and Salvin, and they're all have a chance. Behind that, Pico seems to be struggling, as does Adrian Burton, Daniel Lazy and Mark Green, but we are just 10 minutes out of 45 down. So there's plenty more action in this one as we carry on looking at Michael Salvin, who now is having a real run through the field here. Michael Salvin coming up, again another place there because of pit stop, so Salvin still going through the in and now through the out. As we now move up to Robert Peach, so Peach in the lead there behind Salvin. Peach, he's just put a lap on the car too. So Alberto Pico, who's running 6th, is now a lap down as the leader carries on gracefully. So we now drop back and a lap down, and it's the leader. And we're now looking at Pico behind him, who's lost a lap. And it's going to be falling into the clutch of Adrian Burton soon enough. So something not quite right with Pico's car. Doesn't show on the lap times at the moment, but I didn't see him have an accident. So perhaps a fumble in the pit stop. You don't look at them every single lap. But that is the 2 car. Beginning to be hunted down by the 8, but this is all for 5th and 6th. Adrian Burton in the 8. It's getting close. And goes to the pits, so we say with them 2. Pico's obviously won the other semi-final, but not really showing that pace at all at the moment. Running something in the region of sort of 5th. Salvin's has a stop, so 5th and 6th is where it's going. As Pico comes in himself, so he'll drop back down to 6th again. So Pietsch is currently showing us 4th, but only because he's out of sequence on his stops. Actually, it might be because he's gone for a big old tyre stop, and the others haven't. So he's now dropped down, and it's looking at the front of the field. So it's Balestri from Kalari, from Pirani. Pietsch has dropped down after a long pit stop. I think that was a tyre changing pit stop, and he's now and there they go, and that is moving through. That is Balestri moving fast now, going through the out, being harried down. The 4, so the 5, and there's Kalari, so it's a 4 and the 5, which is Balestri who's leading, and Elazzy a lap down, and the 5, and there we see. No idea what applause is about. It's a battle of Pietsch there. Pietsch's battle, and then behind him, Pietsch is very quite close. Number 7 and 7. Whoa! So the 7 car there just decided a little bit too much a fight, and that was Andrea Pirani, who didn't want to get overtaken by Pietsch and threw it off the track. Pietsch moving well. Oh, and now Pirani's got some issues with handling, and somebody else has just come off the track. And we've had an accident there for number 9. That's Mark Green, I think, and he's just hit in front of him. Green's got a problem as well, but he wasn't really intended. He's already in last by a couple of laps. So now on the straight, we're picking up still with 7, and there's looks like Pietsch is now coming to have another go at Pirani. So how he's got behind him again, I don't know. I must be in pit stop time again. So Pietsch has dropped way down here. He's now dropping down into, I think, after a tyre stop, which no one else has had. Pietsch is actually in 4th place. So that extra stop has wiped out his lead and left him in an actual 4th place. First and second now, very close. Kalari, in fact, has taken the lead thanks to the fuel stops, and that's put Balestri and Pirani stop. And Wednesday is now PH second. Salvin moved up to 3rd. So movement around as the cars are deciding whether or not to do tyre stops. For example, Dario Balestri did a tyre stop last time, a 35-second stop. That basically drops you from 1st to 7th. Now, PH has already done a tyre stop, so he was the 1st, so he may likely be doing more stops than anyone else. But it's now Kalari who picked up the lead. You see those cars nose to tail. It is probably Salvin and Picker. It is indeed, so it's Salvin. The orange car and the white car goes past start finish with left rightage up the straight. And here he comes. 4 car chasing down the 7 car. So that's the 4 car of Dario Balestri, who's come back a long way from there. We now have our lead, that's Kalari going through the switchblade. Kalari has a lead of not much from PH. It's PH 1 and 2. Kalari, he's about 1st and 2nd. Worked his way through from bad start from 7th. He's now leading. PH is behind him by about 9/10 of a second, but it's half a second quicker. There you can see him now fighting through. This is the 1st and 2nd battle. It's first Kalari. PH now coming back from an earlier tyre stop. Looking now to fight for the lead. Stay on this. So it's Kalari. Oh, a bit of oversteer there. And that last lap round, again, he actually lost only a 10th. He's putting the hammer down slightly to try and stay away from Peter. Pitch is chasing down the Italian. This is after 17 minutes, just over a third of the way through. Peach knows he has to go flat out. He seems to be stopping more often than the others, certainly for tyres. And he goes through now the bottom bend. Back in front of the stop. Just as he's getting close, he stopped for fuel. It is a very regular visit to the pits, that PH car. Kalari seems to be able to get better mileage. And PH is going to drop back again now to 4th or 5th. Now, in 2 or 3 laps' time, they'll all stop again. And we'll see what happens. And the question is that when Kalari stops, will PH be ahead of him or behind him? And the answer is, I don't know. The other answer is it the case now that where they're on an equal strategy as far as tyre chasing is concerned, or will PH, is he just burning through his tyres so quickly? And Kalari, who has a very classical style, very much more tyre conservation style, it doesn't look like he's trying to blow out the wind. He's just hanging with the curbs. Moving forward, still PH there. He's currently somewhere in the region. Kalari has a lead of about 6 seconds. That's obviously a pit stop. And as soon as he takes a pit stop, PH may well end up back in the lead again, or at least closer. But they're on very different strategies because Kalari's been going for a long time not stopping. Immediately behind is Dario Balestri going to pick up now. And indeed, after the fuel stop, PH has taken the lead. So it's PH ahead of Kalari off camera. Kalari is a couple of seconds back. PH ran those fast laps and Kalari a bit slower for the pit stops. But basically, PH has to keep sprinting because he's taken more tyres. He's changing tyres more often. That's why he dropped from 1st to 4th. He has the ground speed. He's got about 1/4 to half a second a lap over the entire field if he wants to in that Mugen car. But he's burning tyres to do it. And by burning tyres, he's giving himself a problem. And that problem is that he has to try and make up 19 seconds all the time. As Balestri carries on his merry way. I think he's got Kalari's got behind him, I'm not sure. No, it's not. So there we go. Oh, problem there for the 10 car. So that's Tironi, who's been going well, just kind of loses it as he was following round Balestri. moving well. A 4 car. So now in the middle of the game, we are currently 20 minutes down, 25 to go. Now back with Robert, who's back in the lead. PH has a lead of something in the region of. Wait for Kalari across the line. I'll take exactly as written. His lead is currently 4 seconds exactly, almost a 100th. So he's pulled out a 4-second lead over Kalari. When we saw them nose to tail a few minutes ago, before we went into the pit stop, when the time Kalari fit now, and this will probably give Kalari a chance to get back in the lead because you can't do a pit stop in 4 seconds. You can do it in about 5. And another tyre stop. So Robert will drop way back, another tyre stop. And this is the second one. So he's stopping every 10 minutes of tyres, and certainly the others aren't. And now he's got to try and make it back up again. This will be a 35 or 36 second stop. He'll be way down, probably down as far as 5th or 6th, I think, by the time he gets around this lap. Where to go? I'll wait for him to come around and tell you. In fact, Balestra's gone past in front of him. And PH did a 35-second lap. So that is a penalty of about 10 seconds over a normal, which is pretty impressive, changing 4 tyres, even with quick release hubs in 10 seconds. But he is running a car that is quick because it's burning tyres. Is that going to work? I expect the others are going to change a couple of times. But he's now dropped back, and Kalari, who's obviously running his smooth style, is comfortably ahead now, probably by 8 to 10 seconds. Pete stopped to 3rd, so last one to 5th, so that's how much he's gained in that 10-minute period. He managed to eliminate 2 cars. As Kalari now goes to the out, and Kalari obviously is going to have to run his own race. It's completely different tactics to Roberts. Push it down around the infield, around the switchblade, pop and bend, and now back through start finish. Now this is the issue. We're going to come in here, and now we'll know where he actually is on true stop. Now he just fueled. No, Kalari stopped for tyres at 20 minutes as well. So first of all, we'll be able to see how quick they can do it. The tyres are thrown away. Who needs tyres? They're off. And that's Kalari now, who will not be in the lead, which may well put Balestri in the lead. And more importantly, I think Kalari is probably not particularly close to Robert PH either. So that was Kalari is changing at 20 minutes, which is an odd thing. If you 20, you have 5 minutes left. I don't know. But we're actually over 22 minutes down. So he actually changed tyres exactly at halfway. So he's going to change tyres once, but PH is going to change them 3 times. Blimey. That's a pretty, there are different compounds of tyres. You can go for a harder tyre that lasts longer, it's a very abrasive circuit. And that might well be why his lap times are something in the region of 4/10 slower sometimes than PH's. 3 or 4, because he's just got a harder compound tyre. Now at the moment he'll have a nice fresh additive on these, so they'll be going nice and quick. And Kalari indeed is already putting in some good time, 19.4s, matching what Peach is. Peach is back in the lead, so obviously Balestri also still long stop. So it's Peach from Balestri. Kalari 3rd, Outpico 4th, Michael Salvin 5th, Adrian Burton 6th. Lazy is 7th, Tironi is 8th, Mark Green 9th, but Andy Pirani in the 7 car, he has given up the ghost after hitting the wall here a minute ago. I think he had handling problems prior to that, as we saw on the tape. Back now Peach, who is the German, currently on 70 laps. He's forecast to win this by 5, which sounds a bit over the top in fairness. The forecast on the MyRCM gets kind of bent out of shape after a pit stop, because he thinks you're going to do that every lap. He goes, oh, you've done a pit stop. Well, all your laps will be 35 seconds now on. In fact, interestingly, Darren just went 4 laps quicker in that lap as far as predicted was concerned. So in fact, the prediction is that Robert's going to win by 3/4 of a lap, and I don't think that's very far, as he goes in for another pit stop. This thing doesn't run for more than 2 seconds without needs more fuel. And Balestri jumps into the lead. So Dario Balestri takes over the lead. This is your new leader on the fuel stops. The 4 car, Balestri with the Motonica, the Nova engine. I don't know whether it's just we're following Robert when he goes in. He does seem to be making a hell of a lot more pit stops than anybody, both with fuel and tyres. Yeah, but it is absolutely ballistically quick in between those stops. So it's a risky procedure. In a way, it gets easier as the race goes on because there's less cars and people won't fight you when they know they're being lapped. Balestri ploughing his own furrow. And behind him, any second now, there is Peach, who picks up So Pietsch has dropped back by about 4 seconds on Balestri from that stop. Running in second. Car behind him. He's got Kalari quite close to him, within about a second. No, I think Kalari may have stopped just then. So the distance was 1.8 seconds between Pietsch and Kalari. There we are. Kalari's a white flash you saw there as Pietsch went on the out. Again, careful on quite a wide line around the curves. Comes back on the right hand for the right-hander, and then we go left in front of the driver's finish, and then flowing left again for the sharp in and the wide out. And then 2 cars behind. That's Kalari. So that's how close they are. Kalari and Pietsch. They're not first and second. They're currently second and third. Balestri leading this. Kalari again. That very tight line in through the curbing. He's got a man to lap ahead of him. Might be Mark Green. The car's green, and he comes with another fuel stop. So he's not going to get anywhere close to Pietsch. That's quite a relaxed stop that one. I'll just pick up quietly and off we go. Kalari, the race currently isn't really coming to. Balestri on the more economical fuel and tyre stoppage regime, it appears, is able to make more of it than Kalari. But you feel that Pietsch has obviously got it all into hand. Pietsch now takes the lead, so we've just seen a picture from Balestri as well. So it is Pietsch from Balestri from Kalari. Adrian Burton doing quite well. He's managed to put himself up from 8th to 4th. From 8th to 4th. Albert Pico in 5th. Michael Salvin in 6th. Francesco Cironi in 7th. Mark Green 8th. Daniel Lazy has just completely gone off the boil and dropped after a good start. And dropped a couple of laps off the lead, 4 laps off the lead. And Pirani is out. So Kalari has an awful lot to do if he wants to become the European champion for the nth time, as he is currently somewhere in the region of 10 seconds behind our leader, who is Robert Pietsch again after that turn up. Balestri in the meantime is only 3 seconds back. So it's interesting to see who will come where. We only have 17 minutes to go. We've had 27, so we are rapidly approaching the half-hour mark. I'm not sure how symbolic the half-hour mark is for these drivers, but we're rapidly approaching it. And Balestri stroking away in the lead. He probably knows that he hasn't really got a chance of beating Pietsch on pace, so what he's trying to do is beat him on tactics and strategy. As anyone knows, us who follow sports car racing, that's often a very good way of doing it. At least time spent in the pits, most time on the track, gives you a chance, even if you're a little bit slower when you're actually on the track. Hunting him down now is Pietsch. As they are now Pietsch now ahead of Balestri by not too much distance. I think that's because he just stopped for another fuel stop. Yes, Pietsch has actually dropped into second now because that was him behind him because he just did another fuel stop off camera. So we are now running with Balestri back in the lead. He's leading by about a second from Pietsch. Kalari is in third, Burton's in fourth, Salvin's in fifth. The distance between Kalari and Burton now is almost a lap, so it's a 1-2. It's really only these top three who've got much of a chance as we wimble round the circuit at the moment. And the cars, we're with a car 4, I think. There's 2 green cars. One will be Mark Green, although there are 3 green cars. And it is Mark Green, who's followed by the 2 car of the 2 car of Pico, who's going to move up from after a bad period. He's now been back up to 4th place, but he's not really on the lead lap. So 3 cars on the lead lap, and that's Balestri, Pietsch and Kalari. Already Pico and Burton have dropped off that lead lap. Balestri from Pietsch at the front, and there we see it. There is Pietsch. I think he's just taken Balestri. In fact, he got him in that corner on camera there. So it is Pietsch who's now retaining the lead, laying down the laps. That last was 19.4. Balestri at 20.3. Yeah, he lost the lead at that out there earlier. 19.5 for Kalari, so he's losing a little bit to Pietsch. Pietsch is back in the lead. He's changed his tyres. There's a damaged car there. Getting out to the 10 car of Cironi, who made a good start but had some problems since then, so he's dropping way back. So Pietsch from Kalari from Balestri. Balestri dropped back to 3rd now. I think he must have had another stop. And looking as we are, Pietsch. Another lap completed. I've been in the pits for a while, which is quite. I think we actually missed his last pit stop because normally whenever we follow him, he just dives straight in the pits, which is you know, obviously quite good for us as far as camera is concerned. I'm not sure how it is for his tactics. So at this point we have PH from Kalari. The distance is actually somewhere in the region of about 6 seconds. Balestri further back. Now, best part of... Oh, when we lost another car right in front of us. And that was, Lazy, car 5. So Lazy's constantly, he's really not having, he's not enjoying this part of the race at all. That was the noise, was his crashing. Watch the camera. They're picking up the cars now again. There's a lot going on all around, but really nothing to stop the Peach progress. Because Robert now is very nearly a lap ahead of the field. That's happened very quickly. He has now got a lead of something in the region of 15 seconds over Kalari. Kalari and Balestri are very close. Kalari and Balestri, we're with Kalari now. Balestri dropping back, I think. There's Kalari coming through. Balestri's behind him. So Kalari and Balestri. That's Kalari in second place, and Balestri they're way out the straight. So Balestri now looking to get second place back from Kalari. They're very close, going through the switchblade. Different normally, yeah, there we are. Kalari taking it tighter. Balestri a bit more of a traditional blast line now, firing past start finish, left hand into the tight in. They've got back markers in front of them. Yeah, and looks like Balestri making the most of Kalari not having the ground speed in some parts now. Either way, they're diving at 70 miles an hour. Don't go too. Oh, just about made that. Balestri was so close. He's also flirting with it on that piece of AstroTurf. He touched that. The car had been gone. That would have been it at that speed, but he really is. There's no love lost here. These two. Oh! Clipped a curb there, and he's going where he gets going and gets away with it. Car flew. That'll only cost him time. Not sure what happened there, but that was amazing. He just clipped a tiny curb up in the air, and the air gets under these cars. At that part of the track, they're probably doing 40, 45 miles an hour, and they're just sailboats. They're just sailboats, reminding you of the cars which flipped at Le Mans back in 1999. Luckily, there's no one to get hurt, and the cars can continue and not have to get withdrawn rather sheepishly. But there we are. So at the end of that flip cost Balestri about 2 seconds. He managed to shortcut the circuit slightly when he came down again, which is fair enough. He lost out of it. Kalari is in front of him still. And there is Kalari. He doesn't have a 2 second lead by the looks of it. In fact, Kalari's lead over him is about a second. And PH had another stop. He's dropped to third. That'll be his half-hour stop. So there's 12 minutes to go, 30 minutes to go. Peach has dropped back down to third again because he had another tyre stop. So he's in third. So it's first, second and third, all getting quite close. Again, Peach is so much faster than everyone, but he's stopping more often. And this is the classic tactical battle in an endurance race. With 45 minutes for RC, that's an endurance race where you're stopping 6 or 7 times. Well, more than that, probably 10 times. That's an endurance race. And it's all about tactics. What's the fastest way? What is the fastest way to continue a 45-minute race? Is it to be slightly slower per lap, but spend less time in the pits? Is it to be faster than that and take more tyres? And that's what we've got. We've got a classic piece of endurance racing here. John Hindhoff will be jumping over this. He'd love this one. And there is Pitch. He's behind Kalari again. Something in the region. We go any second now. In fact, Kalari will complete his 100th lap. This is Pitch completing his 99th lap. There's another car struggles in front of us. But PH, like clockwork, but not on the track enough at the moment. Now, will he try and make these final set of tyres run 15 minutes and miss out? I think if he doesn't, he could be in trouble about trying to win the thing, though it's likely Kalari's going to stop as well. So the distance now between Kalari and Peach is Peach has actually got back at the lead again because Kalari just stopped for fuel. So it is actually Peach now in the lead. Peach is leading by about a second from Kalari. It suddenly gets very quiet. And there is Kalari. So you've got Peach and Kalari. Now, Kalari's not going to close up the Peach, just moving out of frame there, because his car is not as quick over a lap. But he's not getting fresh tyres quite so often. But if he can stay out now and PH has to stop, he knows he's got 12 seconds in his pocket, which is approximately what it takes for PH to make a pit stop. There he goes. PH and Kalari. Balestri's still not out of this. He's only a second or so behind Lamberto. So it's a three-way fight between them. The rest of the car's long way back. Burton is in fourth, but a lap back, as is Salvin. Pico is also then 3 laps back, it's Mark Green, and 7 laps back, it's Daniel Lazy. So it is all about these three, Peach, Kalari and Balestri. Peach is the fastest car. Peach has the fastest car. He can do the fastest lap, but he is burning through tyres faster than the 2 Italians are. As Balestri, just to illustrate that, after another pit stop, Peach has dropped down to third, so he's currently in third. And he now has to catch back up with Balestri and Kalari, who are very, very close together. We're back now with Kalari, who I think may well have got, through this next pit stop, they got back in the lead. It is Kalari's lead, and there is Balestri. So Balestri is just that far behind Kalari as we move into the last 10 minutes. Now, will Kalari be doing a long stop? I don't know is the answer to that question. Balestri, there he is in second place, because Peach made a stop. Kalari leading. Balestri second. Peach, the fast car, is currently in third and catching. Lap times in the last lap to go. 19.5 Kalari, 19.4. Oh no, slow lap for Peach. Peach at 20.1 now. Was that traffic or is Peach struggling? That's the first time I've seen him post a 20 for some time. We've been looking again at Balestri trying to close down Kalari. There's Kalari, there's Balestri. Kalari as he goes down there, 19.6. Balestri at 19.5. Peach at 19.6, so not gaining. So this period is not good for Robert. He's not gained, and he has to, because he's currently running 4.5 seconds behind Kalari and 4 seconds behind Balestri. We wait to see where they go in the bits. I think we may well be seeing Balestri taking the lead soon. I think Kalari's like to stop before him. Just ahead at the moment. There is only between the two of them 1.3 seconds. There he goes, Balestri. Not seeing Peach, not seeing Kalari. Kalari is ahead. They're going to go across now. And it's Balestri stopped. I'm not sure whether Kalari's in there as well. This will move Peach back. There he goes. That's Peach moving back up to second. Friendly kick there from the Orion team. And Balestri's out now. And that's Peach directly in front of him. Peach's lap times are slow again. 20.2. Peach has lost some speed in this part of the phase of the race. And that is going to be a major issue for him now. Whether he's eased it back because he wants these tyres to last 15 minutes, perhaps he's gone fast, and a slower, surer tyre for the end. But those lap times aren't there. Balestri drops behind after that pit stop. And your runner it's Kalari from Peach from Balestri. Kalari currently is something in the region of 6 seconds ahead from the faster but more regularly stopping Peach. Balestri looking at that car, is fighting the car with a bit of oversteer at the moment, and obviously these cars are wearing down through their tyres. And as it goes, so they sit on the straight, and I think that's Kalari. It is indeed. So you've got Kalari and Peach. Now Kalari's obviously just stopped, so now this is battle for first and second. Kalari and Peach. Now Peach will be stopping quite soon, but they are now absolutely neck and neck for the lead. Has Peach got the speed still? Because he's looked quite slow in this session. Can Kalari pull away? In which case, you'd have to put him down. Now, is Peach using a different compound tyre? Tightening now. These are the two people, but the top three, after 37 minutes of a 45 minute, are in the same frame. 1, 2, 3, Kalari. But Peach has to duck out of this final to pick up some fuel, but not tyres. So he will drive back on again. And we need to see how the staggers are going to unwind as who's well. But that's how close they were. And they're just taking fuel. But now let's go back forward to so we've now got Peach and Kalari. Oh, a problem there. Kalari moves back. So the breakdown and Peach moves past him. So we're now to see if we can pick out. It's very close between Kalari and Balestri. I think Balestri is actually slightly ahead at this point. There we go. Kalari and Balestri. They are the leaders. First and second. Kalari. This man, he's been in this position so many times before. He's won 9 world championships. He's sat in 45-minute finals. He knows sometimes you have to be the hare, sometimes the tortoise. He's hardly a tortoise because he's doing 80 miles an hour, but basically his is not the fastest over a lap. In fact, Balestri is really in a massively good chance of winning this European Championship. Peach's challenge is really going to be down, I think, at this point because his lap time's no better. Picked up a few tenths in that last lap, but his lap times are no better. So he's obviously going to have to rely on how the fuel strategies work out. As we know, when the boys come in for a stop, well, that's going to put Peach back in contention again. He flashes through our screen at the bottom. But they come up the straight now, 80 miles an hour, turn left, sharp. Make sure you don't touch that AstroTurf. Kalari going wider now during that end corner. He's not hugging the curves as much as he was during qualifying. Move the start phase, and Balestri takes the pressure off Kalari. Kalari seems to have better fuel mileage than anyone, and this may well be his key to winning. And that's what happened there, but I think Balestri may have a problem coming out of the pits, but it's Kalari who's leading. And will Kalari go in this time? No, stays out for another lap. We have 5 minutes left of this, the 1/8 track EFRA European Championship final. The question really is, can Peach catch up when the pit stops happen? Now, you would have to say that it's very likely if Kalari stops now, it'll be should be his last fuel stop. He's got to try and last 4:55 now. So he's probably got one stop left, as has everyone else. So this could be the actual distance on the road, and the distance on the road is giving Kalari the lead by 3.1 seconds. I think both he and Robert will stop once more for fuel. Therefore, Robert has to make up 3.1 seconds, and Dario Balestri has to make up significantly more in the next 4.5 minutes. So Kalari, the master, looks like we're going to be seeing him once again as Pitch now pushes really, really hard. All he can do is absolutely go for it. The gap now back from Pitch to Balestri is quite long. That's Balestri in third. So we've now got 4 minutes to go. Kalari from Peach and Balestri, Pico, Salvin, Burton. So Burton's dropped back in the last couple of minutes. Pico's been up fourth, Salvin in fifth. Mark Green seventh, Daniel Lazy eighth, and we've lost Francona Tironi and Andrea Pirani. But it's all really about 1, 2, 3, and in many ways about 1, 2. Peach and Kalari. So, Balestri now in third. But then he see what's happening at the front. It's 3 minutes, 33 seconds to go. And there is Kalari. So Kalari has dropped down off that fuel stop. Kalari's now in second place. PH is leading, but it's likely he may need to make another stop. I don't know. This is where we are. We can't see all the stops all the time on this camera, but there we are. That's PH behind Kalari. So I think they've now both made their final stops. So I think this is the race to the flag. It's Kalari from Peach. I think they've both stopped. We have 2 minutes 58 to go. Can Kalari hold off Robert Peach in these last 2 minutes? So here we go. Kalari and Peach. The class field, one a 9-time world champion, one a single world champion. Peach showing that extra speed he's got in the car. If he can go the rest of the race without power, can Kalari hold him back for the remaining 2 minutes and 40 seconds? It's Peach and Kalari. Peach is all over the back, but catching is one thing, passing her up the straight. Where will Peach make his move? Kalari's good and tight in here. It's hard, there's not much space. He's giving it, oh, they touch, but no, that's fine, it goes on. Peach gets on the inside, and then the left and right with 2 minutes to go. Coming on the Kalari, and they're fighting on a fantastic battle. Peach has got through with just 2 minutes to go. If he can now run with that to the end on his fuel, he will win the European Championship. And behind him, Balestra is now all over Kalari. Kalari unsettled by that battle. Second and third is now up for grabs. But Peach has come through. He's shown that the hair can win the race, provided he doesn't need to stop in the next 2 minutes. If he's got enough fuel to get to the end, and that's questionable because he's stopped very regularly, but Kalari now running well, and it's Peach now up front, Kalari in second. He had to fight for the lead and he got it in the end, but the constant ebb and flow of who was where and why has left us really with a fantastic battle coming out at the end now. It's Peach from Kalari. The lead is just 9/10 of a second, and certainly not enough. Oh, and Peach gets a problem there at the out. So it's going to put Kalari much, much closer. They come down now. We are now in the last minute and a half, and Kalari has suddenly picked up a second win. Peach's car handling badly. He is now running 15 minutes instead of times 4. And it's all right, Kalari. Can Kalari get it back again? It's Peach going past start finish. They have got 4 or 5 laps to go. 1 minute 20 available. Peach's car has suddenly started handling very, very badly. Probably he hasn't used the tyres this long before. He's running 10 minutes, 15 minutes with his last of the tyres, and Kalari is hunting him down like a 9-times world champion will do. But again, the ebb and flow. It's amazing. Peach has managed to settle down that corner. He's going now straight down. He's got a few laps to go. We are in the last minute of this race. He had a terrible wobble with 2 minutes to go. He's now put it down. He's put down the traffic. But Kalari is the man who's going to chase him down. Balestri is in third. What will happen here? A slow burn of a race, a tactical masterpiece. Hair against tortoise. But in this last 15 minutes, with Robert's car having older tyres, what happened? Why he's picked himself up again? The true show of a champion. He had some wobbles, he had some problems, he came under pressure. It looked like Kalari was going to get him back, but he's picked himself up again. But he is only one minor error away from losing the European Championship, and we are 28 seconds to go. It is Peach from Kalari. This is one of the most fantastic races I've seen because it's shown the two masters. They have 10 world championships between them. And it's Peach who now seems to have established a lead that's going to be enough. And as we are being counted down, I think this may well be the last lap. And Robert Peach is going to overcome what has been an almost disaster with a minute to go. And he is going to take the victory and take the European Championship. And it is indeed Robert Peach from Germany in one of the most exciting conclusions to a 45-minute final you're ever going to see. He's going to continue on around this lap. He is actually classified. And he has taken the victory in a superb 45 minutes. I argue you will not see a better 45 minutes of motor racing anywhere in the world this year. Fantastic performance by Kalari, fantastic by PH. What an absolute stormer of a European Championship final. All through, Evian Flame, the fastest car against Tactical Nous, and Robert Peach, an unbelievably deserved winner. That was amazing. Well, we now need to go and do some interviews for the highlights reel, which will be up later, and obviously we'll be talking to Robert about how he's managed to pull off that victory as the crowd begins to walk away. I really, really, really hope you've enjoyed this broadcast as much as I've enjoyed broadcasting to you. An absolutely superb race. I cannot compliment the top three drivers enough. Great racing, great driving, fantastic organisation. I'd like to thank all the guys at the Villarreal Club in Portugal. They fed us, they watered us. We are outside, but we've managed to get around it. And that was just amazing. In the middle, who knew what was going to happen? It looked like it was Robert Peach running away, but that tyre changing strategy, everything else, all of a sudden, just fantastic. So I'd like to say thank you all for listening. Don't forget to tune in later in the next week on rcracing.tv for the buggy European Championships, and your IC fans are following me in Casino. I'd like to thank you all for watching. I'm going to I'll be disconnecting the YouTube feed quite soon, so you'll be able to enjoy the entire final again in about an hour's time when it's processed. Thank you for watching EFRA. Thank you for watching rcracing.tv. Look out for our highlights reel with full interviews and news and views that'll be coming up in a couple of hours' time. And in the meantime, that was amazing. I'm Nick Damon. I was with Frank McKinney, and Nathan was on the camera. Nathan, and wow, I am not speechless, but close to. So we look forward to seeing you all next week. And don't forget, if you're a bit bored in the week in between, www.rcracing.tv. Thank you very much.